Good evening. Welcome to the November 11th remote school committee meeting. We will first call the order. Tom?
Here.
Aaron?
Here.
Sean?
Here.
John?
Here.
Carla?
Here.
And Chuck is here. We will start this evening by going into an executive session. Can I have a motion on that?
Sure can. Move to enter into executive session to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining and non-represented personnel, and to return to open session at approximately 7 p.m.
Is there a second? Tom?
Aye.
Carla?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Chuck? Aye. Great. See you over there. Thank you. I'd like to call the school committee meeting back to order. Tom?
Here.
John?
Here.
Carla?
Here.
Aaron?
Here.
Sean?
Here.
And Chuck is here. Welcome, everybody. Tonight, we in addition to the committee, we have Jennifer Stiles, Chris Kelly, Gail Dowd, and Linda Engelson. And we are joined for our first agenda item with Mary Giuliani. Welcome. So the agenda will go tonight. Will go as listed in the packet in that order. We'll have the fall opening update. Chris Kelly will do the curriculum presentation. We'll have some policy readings. Then we'll have a budget vote based on what happened at the town meeting. And then we'll go over the superintendent's goals and we'll vote on that. For public comment, we have the live chat that people can put questions in. If it's relative to what we're talking about, we'll address it then. If it's something that's not on the agenda, we will address those at the end of the meeting. So I'd also like to welcome, I think she's here.
Yeah, she is.
Bridget Parks, our student representative. Welcome, Bridget. And we'll hold reports and the consent agenda until the end of the meeting as well. So, Dr. Doherty, did you want to do the fall opening update? And again, welcome, Ms. Giuliana.
So I'm gonna.
Thank you.
I'm gonna put up the screen with the. So we've got several updates tonight that we're going to go over. And start first. Dr. Stice is going to give an update, special education update.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to briefly give an update. The CPAC met this week, and two representatives from the Bureau of Special Education Appeals, BSEA, joined us. And we talked about different ways to partner during the IEP process. And if teams are stuck, what are some of the other resources that can be used to help us move forward and ensure that we are working on supporting the student in proactive ways? So we talked about mediations and facilitated meetings. The other two things that are coming up on November 24th at 6:30, the CPAC is going to have its first parent meeting to discuss reading in Reading. The special education department, curriculum department, along with Dr. Doherty, have been working very hard to develop a plan to address reading, instruction, and evaluation in Reading Public Schools. We've already started to develop some parent trainings as well. So we're really looking forward to hearing from the parent community as to what they would like to learn about and how we can continue to partner to ensure that we are providing the best reading instruction possible. And on December 8th at 7 o'clock, the special ed CPAC is going to be having a meeting, and during that time we're going to be discussing the program descriptions. We know that has been a long time coming and people have been waiting for them. And so we're going to have a chance to look at them, and then after that meeting, they'll be published on our website and available to the larger community. So I just wanted to update you on all of the things that are happening within the CPAC at this point. Thank you.
You want to continue, Chuck?
Sorry, I was on mute. I said, thank you, Jen. Yes, John, thank you.
Okay, I'm now going to turn it over to Gail, and she's going to give some operations updates regarding to the fall reopening.
Great. Thank you, John. The first update that I wanted to talk about briefly was just to give a quick update on our food distribution numbers, which ties into one of the other updates. We actually, Dr. Doherty and I were asked to present to the select board on Tuesday evening to give sort of a COVID update as well as just an overall update. And I presented to them our meal distribution numbers from back in March when it started and updated through November. So this is an update to what I presented to the committee about a month or so ago. And the November numbers are as of last week. It does not include this week's meal distribution or in-school numbers. But since the school closure in March, we have served 60,376 meals. And just as a reminder, when we do the meals, it's 7 meals per child that we give out as part of the distribution. And this is the program that got extended from the federal as well as the state funding sources through June 2021. And this enables us to provide free meals to any student from the age of 0 to 21. And we do the food distribution twice a week, Wednesday afternoon from 2:30 to 3:30 and Friday mornings from 11 to 12. We have seen a slight dip in the numbers in October and November, but we think that is attributable to the fact that we have more kids in school as we've brought more and more of the hybrid classes back, because now we're providing free meals to the kids while they're in school. So we are looking and trending at both numbers. We are also continuously looking at new sources of funding. Danielle Collins and I, who Danielle is our school nutrition director, we are currently applying for 2 grants this week that we found out about, one through No Kid Left Hungry and one through a couple of food banks. So we're hoping we'll be able to get some funding through there to continue to enhance our programs, but we will definitely let folks know where we go with that. The other thing that we feel we're seeing in the numbers is that as other sources of funding, we know that there are a lot of community programs going on right now tied into the holidays that are providing meals to folks as well. So we think there are a lot of options available, especially over the holidays. So we do anticipate that in January, the numbers may climb again as well. So that is the first part. The other piece, as I mentioned, we're looking at a couple of grants through the food services area to see if we can enhance that program. We're also closely monitoring all the state funding as all of the various budgets move through their channels. We did just find out a day or two ago that through the Senate and the House, they've released their budget, and it does appear as if the Metco budget has about $1.3 million additionally that will be part of the final state budget. We're not sure yet what our portion of that would be, but we do anticipate that we'll have some increased Metco funding that I would work very closely with Chris Kelly and Grant Hightower to put that to use, whether it's towards additional technology, if we need tutoring. So we'll let the committee know once we hear more about that as things come through. And Chris and I continue to monitor other funding as it becomes available. We watch new grants as they come out to see if it's something that would fit within our mission and it's something we could do. As of yet, we don't have any additional grants, but if there are any that come forth, we would let the committee know. As a quick update, John and I did present to the select board on Tuesday evening, and that was really as a reminder to the community about how our command structure works. So we have been working very closely with the command structure that's comprised of John, Bob LaLacheur, the town manager, the chief of police, the fire chief, as well as a representative from the health, Board of Health has been participating as well. We meet almost on a weekly basis to go over all of the various safety protocols. We're working incredibly collaboratively with them. They've helped out with our food distribution. They've also been extremely collaborative. As you know, we have to do all of our various safety drills as we open the school. So you can imagine how difficult and complicated that became as each group was phased in over time. So we were able to work very closely with the fire department to come up with a plan that satisfied the safety requirement without necessarily having to do 2 to 3 fire drills a week, every week as the different cohorts were coming in. So we're very thankful to have the various collaborations we've had with that group. Chief Burns gave an update as well about the CARES Act funding, various grants that the town has received, as well as an update on the school grants. And we've also been working closely with the town for additional reimbursements we might be able to receive for school expenses above and beyond the grants that we have. So it was a very, I believe, well-received update to the town. The last sort of operational item is that we continue to work with our bus companies to negotiate contracts for the current year as well as looking into next year. We're part of the SEAM negotiating team to look at what the rate structure is. Again, the focus of what we're doing is continuity of service. We want to make sure the buses are available when we need them to be. So we're looking at a menu approach of how that would work if we close school for our own cases, if the governor were to close school, or days that we have hybrid where we may or may not have classes. So we will be coming to the committee. We're hopeful at the beginning of December to be able to bring forth what we've been able to negotiate with them to obtain school committee approval on that. But so far, both sides have been very willing to come to the table to talk through what this would look like. As you can imagine, it's a little bit tricky because a lot of the federal funding expires at the end of December, so nobody is really quite sure if additional stimulus packages will be available in January, but so far they've been very good negotiations. And one of the last did talk about, as part of our command meetings, as well as I know the Board of Health is meeting this evening, and we talked about it at the select board, is the town's latest campaign, Mask Up Reading. We are working closely with the Board of Health and the town that will be putting signs up around the school. And again, it's really just to remind people of the state's new requirements of mask wearing, and also what we're doing is we're making this more how our friends and neighbors can support each other, especially as some of the numbers are rising. So again, just another great example of how we're collaborating with the town to make sure we're all promoting as much of the safety information as we can.
Great. Thank you, Gail.
Would you like me to continue, Chuck?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a good segue to the health and safety piece that Mary and I are going to co-present on. We gave on Monday, just as an FYI, we had a staff forum where we presented a lot of similar topics that we're going to present to you now. And it really is just to continue to inform staff of all of the health and safety precautions that we're putting in place in the schools, so that, you know, we have the safest environment possible for our staff and students. We had over 130 staff attend that. It was very well received. There were some really good questions. Naturally, people are nervous and anxious about the increase in infection, positive cases over the last few weeks, but we reassured them that, you know, we're doing everything that we can to keep people safe. So some of the things that we talked about, and you've seen a couple of these slides before, that the focus of our plan since day one in August, when we presented this originally to the school committee, was a balance of health, safety, and learning. We didn't want to go too far in any extreme, but we felt that the decisions that we made were to focus on health and safety when the students and the staff were in the building, and also to provide the strongest learning environment possible. And you're going to hear some of those updates tonight from Chris Kelly and her team. With the health and safety piece, we have been following the guidelines from several prominent groups: CDC, World Health Organization, Harvard School of Public Health, DESE. We continue to get different guidelines, updated guidelines. We just received another set of updated guidelines yesterday on quarantining, which Mary will talk about in a bit. We also have a whole process. The beginning of the day, the self-check by the parents prior to entering school, the 6-foot physical distancing, the proper hand hygiene, the cleaning and disinfecting that our facilities department has done an amazing job with. The mask wearing, a critical piece of the health and safety piece. The cohorts, and you've noticed that in a lot of the cases that we have described, we've been able to be very protective of the cohort model, and it's really minimized the possibility of close contact, which has allowed us not to have widespread closings of classes or schools. The week in person, week remote model has also helped significantly with the health and safety piece, but as well as the continuity of learning piece. Every Friday, we're doing misting disinfecting in all our schools. The properly maintained ventilation by our facilities department. We now have MERV 13 filters installed. And the contact tracing piece that our health services staff, led by Mary, in coordination with our Board of Health, has done an amazing job. So as I said earlier, the remote learning piece has been just as important in that when our students are remote, whether it be fully remote or during their hybrid weeks, it's a synchronous model, which is, I'm learning, more and more unique, that most models in other communities are heavy on the asynchronous and less on the synchronous. Ours is fully synchronous. And we, again, that's a tribute to our teachers, making sure our students have the access needed for technology and internet, making sure that the tools that we're using are aligned and that we have a strong learning platform, and that our teachers are providing engaging instruction, which is all happening. The hybrid piece of the model allows for the cohorts of 6-foot physical distancing. Most classrooms, it's 12 to 15 students. We have the cameras set up that are providing streaming either into the satellite classrooms or at home. Lunch is spread out into 2 locations, which is then disinfected right afterwards, again with the misting disinfecting solution. And then I said earlier, the 4-day in-person, 4-day remote, where most of our students are in that model, but we do have our high need students in our preschool in 5 days a week, and the rest of our high need students in kindergarten are in 4 days a week. So all of this was purposely put together with those components in mind. What we're finding so far, and Mary's going to, in the next slide, Mary's going to talk a little bit more detail, is we have had obviously some positive cases, but none of the positive cases at this point have been transmitted in school. They've either been transmitted through a family member or through social gatherings outside of school that were not school related. The quarantines that we've put in place were based on if an individual had close contact in school, and we've been following the CDC guidelines, which, as I mentioned yesterday, changed. So I'm going to turn this piece over to Mary now, and she's going to talk a little bit about the cases and the quarantine piece.
So, hi everyone, thank you for having me here tonight. Yes, so we have been having some cases of our students. However, the majority of those cases have not resulted in exposure, and we've had no in-school transmission so far. So we've had 16 high school students. They were remote. Some of these cases happened before they came into school. And some of them are just because they're in their remote week. So they're either the freshman, sophomore cohort or the junior, senior cohort, and they were out during that week when they were during the infectious period. We've had one high school student come in person before they knew that they were infectious, so they developed symptoms several days after they had been in school, and we had no exposure from that incident. We did do contact tracing with the teachers, and especially at the high school level where the desks are spaced 6 feet apart and the students are masks, the teachers do not feel like there was any time when they were within 6 feet for longer than 15 minutes for that particular exposure. And I think that is going to be typical of our high school students for the most part. We've had one middle school remote student and 2 middle school students who, again, were in school during a time when they would be considered infectious, and we have not had any positive cases resulting from that. And at the middle school level, we did end up having the students who are in the same cohort with the student quarantining. The reason for that is that they're very small cohorts. They're between 9 and 10 students. They spend the entire day together with this group. And even though their desks are spaced 6 feet apart, we can't, given the developmental age, they may be impulsive. They're also together. They're friends. We couldn't guarantee that any of them hadn't been within 6 feet for longer than 15 minutes. However, the staff at the middle school level felt that they were able to distance throughout the day and they were not considered close contacts. At the elementary school, we've had 2 elementary students who were not in school at the time when they were infectious. We've had one student come into elementary school and later test positive. So we did also quarantine that class. And at the elementary school level, the classes where we've quarantined for either students or for staff, it's because, again, of the nature of those classrooms where kindergartners, first graders, between themselves and the teachers, you know that there's going to be some periods of time during the day which would add up to greater than 15 minutes when they would be in closer proximity than the 6 feet distance. In terms of staff, we've had 3 staff test positive. One was administrative staff, one was a teacher, and one was paraprofessional. None of this was from in-school transmission. Again, we've had a total of 23 staff members quarantined and none have tested positive. So we do feel, as Dr. Doherty said, the things that we've put in place, the mask wearing, the distancing, and the small cohorts have really paid off in terms of the fact that we have not seen any in-school transmission. And I also want to say our RISE population, who are, we have more than 100 preschoolers who've been in full-time since September, and we've had no positive cases in that group at all. And we've had quite a number of the students be tested, and they've all been negative so far. So we're very glad to see that despite the numbers rising, we're not seeing any transmission in school at this point.
Chuck, before we move on, we do have a Q&A question that is related to this topic if you're amenable to asking it.
Yes, thank you.
I'll read it and then publish it for everybody. It's from Donald Gorley, 26 Waverly Road. What is the quantitative criteria threshold to return to full-time in-class education and end of remote/hybrid? This question comes because the emphasis on cases instead of deaths is twisting public perceptions. From the DoD databases, we have infection survival rates at 99.8% for all ages, 2, 99.5% for those ages 50 to 70, 3, 94.6% for those older than 70, and 4, 99.999% for those under 20 years of age. COVID is 2 to 3 times more lethal than the flu, but we are still operating with spring 2020 mindset where we conflate COVID with the bubonic plague. CDC recommends full-time in-person learning for these reasons, which aligns with DoD databases. For these reasons, I'm asking what the quantitative triggers are for a full return to in-class education. Cases aren't relevant, only hospitalization and death.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to respond to that, Chuck. I mean, we base our decisions on a lot of factors, and one of the key factors of our safety plan is the 6-foot physical distancing, which we're not going to be changing at this point. So unless you go lower than 6 feet, we would not be able to go in person with everyone full time.
Okay. Thank you.
So continuing on, another key piece of this is all the protocols that we've put in place, and we have worked very collaboratively with facilities, health services, the town, and other staff to create different protocols for different things. And some of this it's interesting because we did get a little bit of guidance from DESE, but not a lot of guidance in these areas. So we've really put these together internally based on what we feel are good practices. So the cleaning and disinfecting protocol is what happens when you have a student or a staff member that is in a classroom, test positive. What's the cleaning protocol that we're using? What's the cleaning protocol if we send someone home that's showing the symptoms? How do we approach that? The communication protocol and how do we get the word out in as transparent a way as possible without violating any privacy of people that may be testing positive? What do we do in a school when we have number of staff that have to be quarantined or have to teach remote, and what's the substitute protocol for that? We've had to unfortunately use that a few times already. If we did have multiple cases, and this is where Mary would play a key role, if we did have a number of cases in a school or in the district, what do we do to bring in the state mobile unit, which would then provide testing for us? And then the whole quarantine and testing protocol, what would we do? How do we handle that with staff and students? So we've put all of these protocols in place. We have had to use them several times already, but it's good to know that we have a certain system in place. One of the questions that we've heard quite frequently is, how do you determine when to close school? The answer, and you've probably seen that we have had several schools in other communities that have shut down for 2 weeks, most notably high schools, although there've been a couple of other levels too that have closed down. What we continual review, and this is where, again, having that collaboration with our director of nurses and our board of health and administrative staff and facilities and the town incident command, this is where this is critical. So looking at the DPH metrics, and I don't know what we received today for a rating, but we were moderate prior to today. I don't know if that's still the case.
John, I can tell you we're still in the yellow range,
Okay.
with a 2.65% positivity rate for right now.
Great, thank you. We would certainly consult with the Board of Health and the Director of Nurses. We would take a look at in-school transmissions and see, is there been an uptick in in-school transmissions? Have there been any in-school transmissions? We want to review the positive cases and the quarantines within the school. We want to also assess the staff positive cases and quarantines. Certainly, if we do not have enough staff to stay in person, we would have to go remote for that very reason. And then based on all of that information, we may go remote with a classroom, a grade level, a school, or multiple schools. So there is not one metric we're going to take a look at. We're going to look at several different factors, including, what is our community look like right now. So these are all important points as we're making these decisions. We are going to take this decision very seriously. I know that the state would like us to stay open as much as possible, and so obviously would we, but we also have to make sure that the health and safety of our staff and students is primary importance. So I'm going to have Mary talk a little bit about these next pieces because some of this has changed over the last few days. So I'm going to now turn it over to Mary.
Okay, so in terms of what is a close contact, so I'll read the definition again. It's defined as those who have been within 6 feet of distance of an individual during the time when they're considered infectious for at least 15 minutes over a 24-hour period. So for our purposes in the school, that could be, multiple interactions with the same person, but for shorter intervals. One example that I've given in public health is if there's a student who was had an 8-minute bus ride in the morning and in the afternoon, all of those students would be considered close contacts of each other. So it doesn't have to be an extended time period, but multiple interactions that would add up to at least 15 minutes over a 24-hour period. All close contacts of an individual when they're considered infectious, and the time frame that you are considered to be infectious to others is you go back 2 days from the onset of symptoms or an asymptomatic test. So during that time period, or perhaps when the person has mild symptoms that they're not realizing are from COVID, those close contacts should be tested with a PCR test. So that is the most accurate test that we request all staff and students who are close contacts to get that test. There's also an antigen test, which is just not as reliable. So we are asking for the PCR. And all close contacts must quarantine for 10 to 14 days after the last exposure to that person, regardless of the test result. The tricky part about this is that this guidance was literally just changed yesterday to give an option to opt out of that 14-day quarantine. So the exception to this would be if you, so you were exposed to someone, that's day 0, you count forward and are tested on day 8 or later. And if you get a negative test at that point, you are able to exit quarantine. If you are symptomatic at all, you would be tested and perhaps isolate if you have a positive test. And if you do not want to be tested on day 8 or later, the full quarantine time would be 14 days. Regardless of whether you test out early of the quarantine, you're still expected to monitor for symptoms for the full 14 days. So this is a bit confusing. We haven't gotten a lot of guidance yet, specific detailed guidance from the Department of Public Health. I'm assuming that this is because the number of people who became symptomatic after that, between that 10-day and 14-day point, is minimal compared to the number of people who become symptomatic, especially between that 5 and 10-day point. And this, I think, when we think about our staff and our students who are quarantined because of a close contact at school, it's helped a little bit. That may mean they would have a shorter quarantine period, especially those who were distanced, wearing masks, and were being very cautious, and they've had absolutely no symptoms. It does get a little bit confusing for families. I think family members who are in close contact probably would have to do the longer quarantine for the most part.
So Mary, I'm going to have Mary also talk about when can a student or staff member return.
Okay, so when a staff or student have COVID-19 symptoms, we'll, ask them to leave school and consult with their doctor. So if a student comes down and they have symptoms that are consistent with COVID, we would call the parent. And I have to say the parents have been just very attentive to this and have been great about not sending their kids in even for very mild symptoms, or if someone in the house is ill and they're getting a COVID test, parents have been very responsive to these policies and being very proactive. However, if a student comes down who's sick, we will send them home and ask them to consult with the doctor. Typically, even for mild symptoms, the pediatricians are recommending testing. If the child then tests negative, they may return to school once their symptoms have improved and when they've been fever-free for at least 24 hours without the use of fever-reducing medications such as Tylenol and Motrin. And those are that's our regular parameters for when a child would return to school. And if the test is recommended by their physician and they choose not to be tested, they would need to stay out of school for 10 days. And 10 days is the infectious period. You're considered contagious for 10 days from the time you develop symptoms or test positive. So that's the reason for that time frame. And then after that 10-day period, as long as they no longer have a fever, and have not been using Tylenol or Motrin, they would be able to return to school. So if a child has an alternative diagnosis for say, a cough or a headache that's due to a chronic condition, we would ask their physician to send in a note to excuse them for that so that they wouldn't have to continuously be tested for that same symptom, but we would need the physician note for that.
And then just to wrap it up, there was a few other items that and I know Mary's already covered some of these, but Mary, if you just want to wrap up some of these other items that are on the slide here.
Yeah, so in terms of cases and trends, the Department of Public Health puts out every week, and it comes out on Thursday. It came out this evening, just community spread and kind of an analysis of what has gone on, and it's looking back over the past 2 weeks. So we do know that the numbers across the state, and of course in Reading too, are rising. The total positive tests that we've had in the last 14 days is 84, and that compares to over the previous 2 weeks, going back from last Thursday was 57, and prior to that the number was 29. So the cases are rising. In terms of our positivity rate, as I said, it's 2.65%. Last week it was 1.97%, so that is also on the rise. And our average daily incident rate per 100,000 residents over the past 14 days is 20. So those are sort of the metrics that the state is using to compare how communities are doing. So that puts us in the yellow. Most of our surrounding towns are very similar to us, and we have a very similar, maybe a little bit lower actually positivity rate than the surrounding towns such as Stoneham, Wakefield, North Reading, Linfield, and Melrose. So I think it's consistent, our community is consistent with others, and so looking at the big picture there of how we're doing. In terms of contact tracing, back to what Gail Dowd was saying, what Dr. Dari has been saying, we do have a very collaborative relationship with our public health department and our public health nurses. I'm in daily contact with all of them, and I think it's an advantage to our community that we're able to keep up with cases, even though it's been challenging. If there's a case that comes through during the day and one of the public health nurses is covering, if it's a student of school age, they're asking which school the child goes to, and they're notifying us immediately. So that then we can put the word out to the principal. We can start the contact tracing if there's any quarantine that needs to happen within the school. So that's been a very good relationship that I think has helped us a lot. What happens in terms of contact tracing, how it works, is that whenever anyone gets a test in the state, they are, the local Board of Health is notified by their zip code. They get a notification in Reading when there's a resident who's tested positive. When that happens, they notify us, as I said, and we begin the contact tracing, which involves some case investigation, calling someone and finding out why they got tested, what their symptoms are, when they started, giving them some guidance on the isolation and quarantine, which, as you have heard is very complicated and can be confusing. So being able to reach out and give them that guidance right away, and also figuring out who they were in contact with during the time when they might have been infectious and might not have known that they were infectious. So, and then following up and letting those people know that they are close contacts and they should also get tested and quarantined. So that's the process that we go through. And like I said, we have a very good collaborative working relationship with our public health department. Myself and one of the other school nurses, Sharon Krakow, are on the state database, which is called MAVEN, which tracks all of the positive cases. And all of our school nurses are able to do the contact tracing and give guidance on isolation and quarantine. In terms of the antigen testing, this is something that you may have heard of recently, and it was actually announced by the governor and discussed a little bit in his press conference the other day. This is a trial. It's a phase 1 trial that's going on with the BINEX antigen test. And some schools will be using this to do symptomatic testing within the schools. The antigen test, as we spoke on briefly before, is not as reliable as the PCR test. And so I liken it to the strep culture, where you might have a rapid strep culture that might come back negative and then get the culture that's positive. And similarly, there can be some false negatives with this type of testing. So this test, the trial is to use it in the schools for children or staff members with mild symptoms. The reason that we had concerns about it is that I think we're doing a great job, as I mentioned, of having kids with mild symptoms stay home and see their doctor and get tested if needed. And we would worry that people would be coming into school with mild symptoms to be tested. And also just very much worried about that false negative part. During the governor's press conference, they did mention there's very few false positives, but we haven't seen the full data on the study that's ongoing so far. But I would be concerned to send someone back to a classroom and having that false sense of security that they were negative and exposing others in the classroom. This is also a study that's ongoing with Lawrence General Hospital, so it hasn't been completed yet, and we'd be very anxious to see the results of the study, and we might have some more information about how feasible this testing will be long term. I think it's definitely something to stay aware of. We attended the webinar where they discussed, the options with this. And I think there may be a future for testing in the schools, perhaps asymptomatic testing or perhaps rapid PCR testing in the schools. But for right now, it seems that it was not the best time for us to start the phase 1 study. It also would need to be staffed by our own nurses in school. So there were a lot of considerations to think about. And I think it's something very interesting to consider in the future. But for right now, we're going to watch and see what the results are of that trial, the phase 1. And finally, the travel order. I think most of you are probably very aware of this. This is our state travel order from the governor. So anyone who is traveling out of state to a low-risk state, any place that's not a low-risk state, and I think as of this weekend, the only low-risk state will be Vermont besides Hawaii. Anyone who's traveling must quarantine for 14 days upon their return to Massachusetts or produce a negative COVID test within 72 hours, either prior to their arrival back or when they return. They must have a negative COVID test or quarantine. So we are asking all families, staff who travel to please adhere to this. This is from the state. It's a little bit confusing because this isn't a quarantine because of a close contact. This is just because you're going to an area where there's more, higher risk. So that is why people can test out after 72 hours as opposed to the 14 days.
Chuck, I don't know if this is a good time to take questions, but this is the health and safety piece we're complete.
It is. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Mary. And does anyone from the committee have any questions? John Parks.
Mary, as far as contact tracing, how long is it taking your group from start to finish on a contact, on an original contact, to get in touch with everybody that you need to?
That's a great question, and it definitely depends on the situation. So, you know, one of the first cases that related to the schools was, you know, someone had worked as a paraeducator and had just been in multiple areas in the school. So it really took some time to figure out who all of the people who were close contacts were. And then I think there were 48 total people that we had to call. So it took us a number of hours to do that, but typically within a number of hours. We've had a few situations in the school where we've had to put this into place, and I think we've gotten more efficient at it over time. Dr. Doherty can attest to that. You know, it's different if there's a student in just one class as opposed to maybe a staff member who might be in multiple classrooms or multiple buildings. But the other thing is that we've had staff who are willing to make calls before school, after school, and on the weekends. So I think because of that, we've saved ourselves some exposures in school.
And then one other thing, Chuck, if you don't mind, I want to just say thank you for all the hard work you've done since March for not only the school system, for the town.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, John. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much, Mary. That was very helpful.
You're
and
welcome.
Informative. So.
I get a couple more items, Chuck.
Yes.
So just some quick items. One is winter sports. My understanding is tomorrow the MIAA is going to take a final vote on what winter sports are going to be available for leagues to offer, and the modifications that are going to be for each of the sports. My understanding is that it's most likely going to be a combination of basketball, hockey, gymnastics, and the communities that have skiing. The other sports right now, I believe, are going to get moved to fall 2, which seems to be the season that all of the sports are that haven't happened yet are getting moved to. We've also heard that potentially wrestling could get moved to the spring as an outdoor event. I'm not sure what that would look like yet, but those are the things that we're being told right now. The Middlesex League superintendents and athletic directors did meet the other day. Right now, we're looking at a start date for tryouts and practices for winter sports to be December 14th. There would be no games or meets until after the new year. And then there would be a shortened season, very similar to what we did in the fall with the different modifications that the MIAA has voted on. The other piece to this right now is that there would not be any spectators for any of the events, obviously due to the pandemic. So that's what we know right now about winter sports, and as soon as we hear more information, we'll send something out.
John, what is the date for when fall? What's it called? Fall 2? When does that start?
I believe it's February 28th, Chuck. I think.
Okay.
Is when you mean when it starts?
Yes.
Yeah, February 28th, and I believe it goes to the first week in April.
Okay.
Tomorrow is the November Conference Day and Service Day, so just a reminder that there is no school tomorrow for students. The January in Service Day, originally we had moved it to the 19th, which was a Tuesday. From the 15th, we're moving it back to the 15th. It really is more to get an extra day of in-person learning for, I can't remember which cohort that would impact, but for that cohort that's being impacted. So the calendar that is now posted on the website does have that change. I do want to talk briefly about Thanksgiving. Mary talked about the health piece of Thanksgiving and travel. We are going to make a conscious effort in the Reading Public Schools to unplug ourselves during Thanksgiving. I am urging and strongly recommending that all of our staff take the necessary break. This has been obviously a very stressful and anxious time. Everyone has been working extremely hard, and you will probably not hear from any of us during that Thanksgiving, those 4 days. So if you are sending emails or things like that, most likely you will not get a response till the Monday after Thanksgiving. So we just want to make people aware of that we really feel that taking this mental break for our staff is going to be extremely important as we enter the next phase of this phase in of the reopening. And then finally, we did hear yesterday that the NEASC decennial visit will be from April 11th through the 14th. This is for the high school. There's a couple of reasons why I'm bringing this up. One is originally the date was in May. That was the request we made. NEASC gave us these dates. The second piece, and you'll see this in the goals in the district improvement plan piece, is we will have to adjust the vision of the graduate, the portrait of the graduate dates to reflect this new change. So that has not been done yet, but we will do that after this evening. So those are the other quick fall reopening pieces. As we have the last several meetings, I want to close with our students. We're highlighting Barrows this week. Barrows had 2 events that they've had in past years. The traditional events, it just looks a little bit different. So the first one, and I want to thank Beth Levitt, the principal, for sharing these. The first one is Reading Under the Stars, which normally the students would have come to the school, and the PTO does a very large book fair fundraiser at the same time. This year, the book fair fundraiser is online, but we had our staff online virtually reading to students, and it was great to see the students in their pajamas and looking like that, they were really enjoying the teachers reading to them. So the next few slides I'm showing you are teachers with their families reading to the students, and here's a slide of the students actually watching it on air. And then the second traditional event that Barrows had, they're having one this week for one cohort and one next week for the next cohort, is the annual turkey trot, which certainly is going to look a little bit different again. So we've got our students all wearing their masks, and this is Mrs. Atwood, who's leading them along the course. And then we had Officer Vatcher, School Resource Officer Vatcher, who was directing traffic to make sure our kids were safe along the course. And so it was a really great event. It was a little cold, as you can see, but it's just another way of doing a traditional event. Staff were very creative in looking at it a little bit differently, but allowing still the event to happen. So I want to thank the Barrows staff for doing all the hard work for this, and Principal Levitt. So that's our fall opening update.
Great. Thank you, John. And thanks again, Mary. Tom, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to go back a little bit on the opening update. And John, I don't think we got much from the high school staffing perspective in this update. So I'm hopeful that you can tell us, I know we've seen the postings. I know, unfortunately, we had to back up off the volunteer program, but do you have any updated numbers in terms of where we stand from a filling the roles perspective, both at the high school, and I believe there were still, 1.5 related ones left at Wood End. Do we have any updates on staffing overall?
Yeah, we really have not made any headway on that staffing piece. We did make some headway on, and Jen Stice helped me on this because I know you've been very involved with it, the special ed paras at the high school. I think we've made some strides there. Is that correct?
Yes, Dr. Doherty, that's correct. We've been holding interviews almost every single day. And we've put out, I believe, 3 offers and have additional staff coming in for visits to see if it really is a good match and what program would be the best fit. So we are making strides. We still have a few openings, but we are interviewing every name that has been given it to us.
And we have received several inquiries, which we've been passing along. And I know Jen and her team and Kate Boynton and others have been interviewing. I believe also they've been interviewing for the regular ed para positions as well. So we don't have any firm offers yet on the regular ed paras, but at least we're getting people to apply. So that's a good sign.
Just to follow up on that a little bit, do we have, I think I've heard through the grapevine that one of the long-term subs was filled, the chemistry teacher in particular. There were 3 that were still open. I mean, that were open. Now there's 2 if that one is filled. Do we know if the other 2 have been filled yet from a long-term sub perspective? And then just using the numbers, we had 7 special ed paras open before. So with Jen's numbers, we're down to 4 now, and we still have the 10 regular ed paras open. So we're at 14 plus 2, depending upon if the long-term subs have been filled. Have those been filled yet?
So the long-term sub, it's a little bit more trickier than that. We're backfilling the positions that yes, we did fill the chemistry position. That is correct. The math is being put together with various staff within the building. So they're taking on additional courses. Some are part-time people that we're increasing, and others are just taking on an additional course beyond their teaching load. The third position, we have not been able to find anyone for. We're going to continue to do that, but in the meantime, we're doing a reverse remote situation where the teacher on leave is reverse remoting in. And we were able to put together a coverage situation that would work for now. So we're putting it together. It's not clean. The only one that's really clean is the chemistry piece right now.
Okay, so I'll just applaud the creativity in trying to fill the gaps there. It sounds like we know it's constantly moving and adjusting. I guess just the one question I'm continually being asked time and time again by parents is, at what point do we say we can't fill these positions? If we ever get to that point, will we reevaluate? And the question I constantly be asked in the reevaluation is, why can't we do, half of 11 and 12, half of 9 and 10, and at the same time, because their classes are different anyway. So they each get 2 days a week instead of, 2 days every 2 weeks. Is there ever a point that we're going to come to and say, you know what, the model that we planned just won't work, and we need to get our kids in school more than we were? And where's that line, I guess? So
I guess I want to take a step back to an original slide that I put out there earlier tonight. The program, the educational program that we have for all of our students, but we're focused right now on high school students, is very strong. Most high schools, their kids are in 2 days, and their instruction is asynchronous. Our kids are in 2 days. It wasn't the original plan, but we're giving synchronous. And where you have a lot of your less engagement with students is when you have no adult contact, whether it be synchronous or in person. So I want to start out by that. Mm-hmm. It's not where we want it to be, but it's still a very strong program when you compare it to what other high schools are offering. If we try to change the model, we're not going to get much better in person than what we have now, because it's always going to require a a combination of looking at it differently, and then whether the students are coming in for a half a day and then going home, like other school districts. But the second half of the day is probably going to be more asynchronous than synchronous. So there's different ways to look at this, but at the end of the day, you're not going to get much more in-person time by switching the model. The other piece we need to keep in mind is what has helped us a lot in our high school cases so far have been the week on, week off. So if you try to now change the whole high school schedule and go to, say, 2-1-2 of different grades and things like that, you're going to have more quarantine of students because they've been in school that week. So we're going to be forced to quarantine larger groups of students. There's trade-offs, which is why we've always tried to look at this as a balance between education and health and safety.
So I guess, this will be my last point or last question, and then I'll give over the mic if anybody else has any questions. There's one live Q&A as well. But first of all, I want to say 100% agree that the synchronous model that we have is better than a lot of what I see, right? And I've seen a lot. I've looked at a lot of plans. I've talked to a lot of parents in other places. I work with people all over the state, and they are frequently telling me that they're getting asynchronous related stuff. So I want to make sure I'm clear that I applaud that from our plan perspective, from our teachers, from our principals, all the effort and work that's gone into getting that done. But what I want to be cautious about or make sure we don't forget about, and this hit home for me the other day at the dinner table. So, take it for a grain of salt, but the social interaction that goes with being in school is huge. And we're not getting enough of that. And the high school level, it's probably more of an issue than, well, I don't know. I can't say that fairly because it exists at all the levels, but the high school is not getting anywhere near the amount that the other levels are getting right now. When you just have a conversation around the table and the kids are finally able to talk to each other, and the teacher actually steps away from the class and says, just keep talking. Talk amongst yourselves, because I like seeing that from a socialization perspective. I just want to make sure that we take that into account as well. That's part of the health. That's the other side of the health, I guess, is the social emotional health. So the physical health is certainly important, and we don't want to push that down necessarily, but I want to make sure we're not forgetting about the social emotional health in this whole equation. And this is a calculus equation from who knows how many levels up in calculus we're trying to solve here. So I don't want to minimize that either, right? But I just want to make sure we don't forget that social emotional side.
No, and I appreciate that, Tom. I completely agree with you. Believe me, and that's why we keep pushing to try to get these vacancies filled. And I know we're making some strides with the regular ed paras, and we're gonna keep on that.
Thank you, Aaron.
Not to hammer too hard, but to piggyback on what Tom was saying, I think I'd like us to have a time frame in mind by which, if we don't have these positions filled and we're not making enough headway, we sit down seriously to discuss a plan B. I hope we can all agree that we don't want to see this model go until June for our high school students. So I get that there are upsides and downsides to shifting the model. And I get that it would be a renegotiation with our high school teachers. But this can't be our long-term solution. So I hope we can fill the positions and make our model work. I do believe in our model. I do believe in the quality of remote instruction that is happening right now. But I also believe strongly in what Tom was getting at, which is the social and emotional health of our adolescents in town. And also the connectivity with teachers. I think is really important and is harder to do through a computer screen. And I know our teachers are working so hard. And I know, you know, as a high school parent, my son is learning for sure. But I just want to make sure we don't just keep pushing this off and pushing this off. At a certain point, if we just don't have it, then I think we need to sit down and take a hard look at what we're doing at the high school.
So Erin, if I can just comment on that, I'm not pushing it off. We're not pushing it off. We all want the kids back in the full hybrid model. I'm not sure whatever else we do is better than what we've got right now, short of the 4 days. Anything else is going to require, you still need the staffing to make whatever you want to do happen. So if you bring the kids in for 4 days, you still need the staffing to make that happen. So I'm not sure that another plan is going to solve the problem and will require a whole retooling of the high school schedule. So I just caution you that what we're putting out there right now is a very strong program, and I'm not saying that I'm satisfied with it, but this may be as good as we can get until we get that staffing, because to change it into something else that's more disruptive or, you know, not as safe, I think is a risk. I really do. Certainly more willing to look at it, but we've spent a lot of time looking at these different models, and I haven't seen a lot else out there that we can look into.
John?
Oh, I think John's asking me from a Q&A perspective. There's some points in the Q&A, and there's an email as well that aligns with one of the Q&As out there, so I actually know who the author is. So Chuck, if you're open, I'll read through the Q&A that are related to this topic overall. Sure. And then publish them. So the first one, Donald Gorley, and Mrs. Juliana, you may want to jump on because some of these are more COVID statistic related. So do you know what the current statistics are among Reading citizens and school teachers / administrators in terms of COVID hospitalizations and deaths? Is anything known? Could this information, statistics only, be posted on the Reading Public School website so that voters can have current information about where we live? This would have the benefit of clearly showing citizens why health protection measures are important to follow. And then just because it feels into that same, there's a follow-up question or point. Relevant statistics would include COVID deaths, known hospitalizations by day, not just totals.
Mary, are you able to answer that, or?
So the part with that, we have statistics for Reading students, but staff members don't live in the town always, so we wouldn't have all of those numbers. For the schools, we report to DESE any staff and students who are positive that we are reported, you know, when we have that information, but the Reading statistics would be available on the state website in terms of deaths and hospitalizations and also by age, but I do not have all that information.
Thanks, Mary.
Okay.
If I could just add a piece to that, Tom.
Sure.
We also have to be very, very careful of privacy in HIPAA. When you start going to the school level, it's going to become identifiable.
Yeah, as long as the numbers stay low, and that's where we want them to stay. So yes, it does become more identifiable. There's a couple additional questions here as well. I'll first read the email that came in, which is aligned to one of the anonymous posts, but it's exactly the same text, so I know who it's from. It says, so I just heard on this SC meeting that teachers are going to unplug over the break. That's great. Does that mean our high school students and middle school students will not be assigned homework so they can unplug too? Thank you, Samantha Weld.
I don't have an answer for that because that's a building based.
Okay, I thought that would be the answer. But
all I'm saying is that our staff needs a break. That's the comment I was making. I
think we all agree with that comment. I think the commenter's point was maybe that the students need a break too, but obviously we have to figure out that in the curriculum, and that's a principal and teacher-based decision. So it doesn't align to any of our religious holiday-based exemptions or anything else like that we have. So next question on the Q&A is RPS open to raising pay in order to fill positions? The cost to individual families is logically and likely greater than the cost of raising pay, even if temporarily. There are skill set out there that are not available in greater quantities at any price. However, no one believes that the skill sets related to public education cannot be found at market rates. Wow, editorial. Listening to the last two commenters, it seems a lot of pain exists just because the offer isn't being found attractive enough to fill the positions. How much extra salary are we talking? Really, taxpayers would like to bear this burden easily to alleviate the pain this understaffing causes. Due to COVID, the market price of this labor seems to have risen.
I'm going to let Gail answer that.
This is collective bargaining that cannot be discussed in public session.
Agree. I think that's the essence of the Q&A that's out there now.
Hey, Tom, did you say we got an email, or was that?
We did get an email, and then we got a comment. The comment was anonymous, but it was exact word for word with the email, so I posted it knowing who it came from.
Okay, so just for those who are following the meeting, I prefer that you use the Q&A because it's difficult to follow email and everything at the same time here. Thank
you. And I'll just add to that, we have published as well, and it aligns with our policies that when you post a comment on the Q&A, please include your name and address so that we can align to our policy appropriately.
Well, Chris, you're still here.
Hi, everyone.
And you have Allison Straker and Heather Leonard, I think, with you? Yes.
So thank you for letting us present an update. As has been our custom, we usually do a fall update and a late in the year update. In June, we did an update, and that is posted on our website if anybody is interested in checking that to see sort of what our planning looked like, where we were in June, and now here we are. So we're excited to give you a snapshot of some of the recent work that we've been working on. But I also want to pay attention to the fact that so much of our work has been focused around what Dr. Doherty was just talking about with our, and Mr. Wise, you mentioned it as well, with our really robust remote learning platform. And I would be remiss if I didn't just factor in that that is really due in huge reason because of our outstanding work that has been done by our principals, by our department heads, by these two awesome curriculum coordinators, and really our teachers who have really been working on this sort of night and day since the summer when we put together our continuity of learning team. In late spring and then early summer, and throughout the summer we met almost weekly, every single week all summer, and then we developed a virtual team that really looked at how are we going to use this, even the logistics of our technology. So kudos to everyone. With that, I just want to give a huge shout out that so much of that work continues and goes on day to day. This snapshot today is intended to really walk you through some of our sort of latest and greatest proactive work that we're doing, building our systems and strengthening up things. We will be doing a fall update that we have been doing to the entire community after the Thanksgiving break. So that will be sent out to all community members, both internally and externally, which will be part of this PowerPoint, but also more additional things as well. Again, I just want to mention our team. I know Heather and Allison are here, and I know you've met them before, but for those of you at home who may be watching, we have Heather Leonard, as well as Allison Stryker, and they are curriculum coordinators. They work at the K-8 level in STEM and humanities. They're going to be presenting as well tonight. And one other member who isn't here tonight that really also works closely with our team is our data coach, who really supports the work that we do with principals and with this team all along. Heather and Allison, I'll invite you to speak in a minute, but thank you for help for today. While we start, we really wanted to showcase our land acknowledgement. This has become really good practice that we've seen in so much of our professional development that we've attended this year, and our statewide connections that are really paying attention to the historical connection of the land that we're on. And Reading is a very rich indigenous peoples section, and really focusing on the fact that this land was occupied and stolen from some of these tribes. This is really something that the state has really been focusing. When we talk about land, we need to really focus on that we have many Native Indigenous folks that were here, and Reading has a real rich history of that. So we're proud to talk about that today. Just a reminder that our teaching resources is no more a curriculum than a pile of bricks. In a house, when we're talking about curriculum, we're talking about not just the resources, but really how we use these to create the structure and the places where kids need to learn. And this is the structure we look at. We look at curriculum as that hub, and then we look at our tools and resources, our instructional methodology, our standards-based, our pacing, and our assessment. So towards that, we wanted to focus a little bit on some of our changes that, the pandemic has really caused us to look at everything under a different lens. And some of our changes of our work are from a professional development lens, looking at opportunities of how we learn and teach. Our adult learners, I think I mentioned in an update how much of that work we've been doing. And we have really been focusing on asynchronous, which means recorded and banked resources so that teachers can go back and re-look at things and rework things, as well as our live teaching sessions. We continue to work at that. It looks different. For instance, I know Dr. Doherty mentioned tomorrow is a no school day. For most of our district, it is a conference day for parents at the elementary level and at the high school level. At the middle school level, both schools are going to be fully engaged in some very important professional development work that I'll talk about on a future slide. But we've really spent a lot of times integrating our technology tools that we've purchased to really look at how we can teach in a hybrid setting, and the differentiation that is really necessary to really meet the needs of all learners. And I'm going to ask Heather to talk about curriculum instruction and those changes.
Oh. Am I muted? Can you hear me?
We can barely hear you.
Okay, let's try this again. How's that? Any better?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm presenting the slides, so I just lost the screen. Well, so another piece of change that we're factoring in is the curriculum and instruction that we're utilizing. So the state determines what we teach through the curriculum frameworks, but what we've had a chance to do is think, how are we teaching it? When are we teaching what units and what skills, what content, and then what tools are we utilizing? So going back to that graphic organizer.
I thought I had my plug, but I forgot it at work.
Chris, we can hear you.
Chris, do you want me to keep going?
Heather, keep going, sorry.
Okay. I just lost my train of thought. Where was I? Oh, and the tools that we're using to support the instruction. So in thinking about this work, we know what our job is, and thankfully we have really incredibly talented teachers who are skilled at the content and the skills that they're required to support in their different content areas and grade levels, but we've really had a chance to think about what does this mean for us, whether you're in person but restricted given the social distancing requirements, you're virtual or you're hybrid. So we've done a lot of changes in how we approach it, and frankly, this is going to be a fluid practice that we're going to be engaging in all year. Is what is working well? How are we making sure we're seeing effective student engagement? How are we making sure we're pacing ourselves both collaboratively cross-district and cross schools, but also vertically and making sure we're continuing our alignment. So the work that we've done has really, and again, when I say we, I really want to hold up the incredible work that the teachers are doing every single day to make sure that they're making those shifts and adjustments so that they're continuing to provide students with the learning opportunities in their content areas and grade levels, while also completely changing the process and the way. So some of that work is front-loaded with adjustments in pacing guides, allowing us to strategically identify things that may not have been completely covered in the spring. And some of that came as we started with some, as Chris mentioned, some PD on some of the tools that we've used in order to support learning that might be happening off-site. And some of it's happening now. So collaborative meetings that are happening across schools and districts and grade levels that take place during different team meetings, during full in-service work days, during some of the Friday sessions that we have when the students are released at 11, and then their teachers are engaging with each other, collaborating, sometimes within their department, within their building, and other times across district with other grade levels. So this work is not going to ever be done. And while we know it's not, nobody would wish to be in a situation like this, I think I've heard a lot of teachers reference that there are aspects of what they're doing that they're going to continue to do when school can get back to what we know school to be. So a lot of the things that are happening, what we're hoping to do is really raise up the best practices that our teachers already know and already practice with students, and continue to support them in a way that they can continue it throughout.
Thanks, Heather. Before we move on to, I just want to apologize. I mentioned about my plug. Speaking of technology and being nimble, I just wanted to mention that I wasn't muted for that. I did leave my plug at work, so we're working on that. But I'm going to move on to Allison, who's going to walk us through a little bit of data and assessment.
Thanks, Chris. Is my volume okay?
Yep.
So
sounds great.
Thank you. So the third sort of bucket here that has undergone some significant change is data and assessment. So we've really prioritized at this point the short, frequent, formative types of assessment, and really working with teachers to make sure they have lots of different kinds of tools at their disposal, especially tools that can sort of give us multiple points of information in a quick snapshot, because we're trying to really balance the instructional time, let's maximize the instructional time that teachers have with their students, especially in person. And so we have to gather information so that we can have targeted instruction, but we don't want to have sort of too many big summative assessment sort of events, as we sometimes do, just because remote assessment is tricky. And then we're still dealing with separation even when we are in person. So the best assessments for, especially in the younger grades, are when teacher and student are side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and that's not happening whether they're in person or at home. So we're really prioritizing these short and frequent, lots of different tools, so that there are lots of options for teachers so that they can make their instruction as targeted as possible. And then Heather and I collaborated on an assessment calendar that made a lot more sense in terms of how the grades were phasing in, because in typical years we might have all students in the whole school assessing at one time, and that just doesn't make sense right now, because we don't want our students coming right back and sort of being bombarded with lots of different assessment tasks.
All right, thank you, Allison. So those are three kind of concrete ways that our work has really changed, that is specific to our work through the COVID era, and probably will continue to change. Certainly the name of the game is being nimble and flexible, and we continue to do that. Heather is going to walk us through, I think, a very exciting major project that she's working with the team on, of really looking at our mathematics curriculum from K to 6, and really looking at that under that renewal lens and looking at our tools. So she will talk kind of in detail about what that is entailed, that work entails, and how it's going so far. We can't hear you, Heather. Let me see.
All right, how's that?
Perfect.
I keep having the toolbar disappear, so I'm sorry about the confusion. So as Chris mentioned, this is a process that we are really excited to go through. One of the questions to lead the work is, why are we picking to do this? A curriculum overview and a cycle is certainly a process that takes some time and investment. So it is something we've been looking into for the last 2 years. And our current tool that we have has been updated by a copyright. And while we have gone through the process of utilizing that curriculum tool to support our core curriculum, that the current copyright we have has been rewritten and adjusted significantly. So often when you invest in curriculum tools, you know, every few years they'll do an update and a adjustment, but this was substantially rewritten. So both the online platform that supports the curriculum tool as well as the actual materials have been adjusted significantly. So given that, and given the fact that the last time a curriculum exploration took place for mathematics in K6 was 2012, it made sense to, instead of just adopt the next step, to do a really critical analysis, because since that we've also adopted as a state updated mathematical curriculum frameworks. So what we're doing is thinking critically about what makes sense for our learners in Reading, Massachusetts, and then we're also thinking what is really aligned, rigorous, and going to provide students the best experience in mathematics, given what we know about math learning right now. And you'll see the note on the bottom. Historically, and I can't speak beyond 2012, but 6th grade has paired their curriculum resources with math with the K5. So that's part of what we're examining and asking questions about is, does it make sense for that to continue, or does it make sense for them potentially partner with grade 7, 8? So all of that is being examined by the work of the council. So thinking that through, what we're going to select really comes back again to that graphic organizer at the beginning of the presentation. So the curriculum, the content, the frameworks, that's established. What we're looking at is the tool. And what we're looking at is that core content tool. So frankly, you will never find anything that does it all. And I think the best analogy I heard about this is that what we're looking for is the best horse to match. We know that there isn't a unicorn, right? So you will never find one tool that has every single thing the way you want it exactly perfectly. But that's why we have our incredibly talented, certified and experienced educators to apply the tool and make strategic decisions about the way to use it. So what we're looking for is that core tool that gives those teachers the best resources, is well aligned to our state frameworks, and is providing our students with rich and rigorous learning experiences. That is how we're going to select what we use, acknowledging again that it's going to pair with a lot of the other resources we continue to utilize and have, because we know good teaching involves selection of rich tools. So it's that core tool, which historically has been for the last 8 years, Math in Focus. So how are we going to do that? We're going to use a process similar to what we used when we examined and went through the process of the exploration for Math 7-8. With that process, I was able to receive a grant from the state to do the work, which helped guide some of the critical steps and benchmarks we had to put into place. And the beautiful thing about doing that is it helped us to build a well-established critical process for adoption, to look at how do we know what the best thing is out there, and how do we know that we have various stakeholder perspectives for different folks that need to contribute to the work. So teachers that are impacted across that K-6 have been invited to join our Math Curriculum Council, and we have a great representation in our council's 12 members. It includes people across K-6, special ed, technology, and administration. And we've started our work together. And then once we go through the process of analyzing what products are out there and are available, then teachers beyond that council will have the opportunity to participate in the pilot process and actually trying out the tools that really rise to the top. So how will that process take place? So we are participating in the Massachusetts DESE High Quality Curriculum Evaluation and Selection Network. It's quite a mouthful. And they've adopted this network base instead of the grant base that they used to do, because they really understand that there's a lot of districts going through this process, and the power of that collaboration across school districts really just enhances the work. So you can see the timeline that we'll be going through this year for this adoption process. So right now we're in the research, information gathering, and committee development phase. A lot of that work has actually been taking place since late last spring and this summer. And we've started the work with the committee and the council. We just met this month and we're meeting again in another 2 weeks. And then what happens next is we apply the evaluate and plan phase. So that's when we're actually going to take the rubric and apply it to different tools that are published or out there and evaluate and critically evaluate what tools rate highest when we're looking at them critically through the lens of evaluation. And then we'll move on to that planned pilot and field testing. And while it's certainly not ideal, the flip side is it's really good opportunity to try this right now. I mean, we are really literally going to be trying any way you could be teaching, whether it is in person or hybrid or remote, and the opportunity to apply tools in a really flexible learning setting. I don't think you could really field test something better. So it's a really great chance for us to think this year of like, can we use this no matter what the school needs are and what it looks like? And ideally, by April through June, we'll have a decision based on that pilot process and the data collected during that process to make a recommendation and acquire the resources and start the next step of effective professional development and training for the teachers that will be implementing the curriculum. I do want to highlight that last step because it will have, there's a fiscal layer that goes into this. So before we even begin the process of evaluating, we do have that responsibility to our taxpayers in our town and to our district leadership, both at the building level and the central office level, to make sure that we're doing something that's sustainable. It's irresponsible for us to invest in something that we know we can't sustain and make sure is accessible. So we're making sure that we're picking something that is fiscally sustainable for the rest of the use of the curriculum tool. However, the actual initial procurement of tools can be an initial expense upfront. So because of that, a big piece that's going to be taken into consideration is where are we right now? So when it comes time to make that decision, what is the fiscal climate for our district and where do we need to go? And that will help us determine which grades get adopted in this spring. It will be a phased process. This is both financially more responsible, but also the intensity of the adoption process with which grade levels are getting PD and training, making sure teachers are having what they need in an ongoing way, not just here's a new tool, best of luck, but that we're really doing a thoughtful, supportive process. And also that it's something that we can think strategically about students' experiences. So that phased in process will take place, and we expect it will take place over the course of 3 years with between 1 and up to 3 grade levels each year adopting their curriculum tool. So the evaluation and selection process, this is from that committee and the network that I'm working on with the state. What I want to be clear is that the state has done a really wonderful job starting to build their own routine of evaluating curriculum materials. So you'll hear Massachusetts uses the CURATE, which stands for Curriculum Ratings by Teachers. And their first benchmark even to entry is looking through ed reports to see that the tools have been rated strongly and appropriately. And then they're additionally evaluated, because what we know is that anytime you're looking at these curriculum tools, there's different layers of evaluation. You want to look at alignment, you want to look at the variety of resources, you want to look at is it differentiated and have appropriate supports for the range of learners you're going to need to be supporting? But then Massachusetts adds another layer that they're then looking at, what is teacher experience like? So when you're actually implementing it in a real classroom in Massachusetts, what is that experience? So we're partnering with these groups as we work on our own evaluation. So we're using any published reports and evaluation tools that are out there. We're using any Curate tools. And if you look at the Curate site, you'll see that those early math, there's not a lot out there, but we're working with the folks that have done this work and design, so we have an inside scoop. And then we're actually going to be doing the same process in parallel with the state. So we'll be working with teachers in real life classrooms in Massachusetts, both in the District of Reading and in these partnership districts that are going to be applying some of these tools and really critically examining what is going to support all of our learners. So I'm really excited that we're starting this process, and I'm excited to share with you where we're at and to look forward to where we're going to potentially go. But it's a great opportunity to continue to evaluate and strengthen our math instructional routines.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you, Heather. I just, yeah.
Before we go into the social studies, you want to just, is it all right we stop for any questions on the math?
We were hoping to keep the questions till the end, if that's okay.
Okay.
So I just wanted to point out that, thank you, Heather, that was incredible. And I think hopefully it gave everyone a bird's eye view of the work that goes on behind the scenes as we look at curriculum renewal in any team. And really the work that Heather has done with both, the middle school math and now with this has really helped set a structure, a systemic structure for us, so that as we make curriculum choices in social studies or upcoming world language, that we really have a very rich structure that we're following as we're working with the state, with the Curate system, with Ed reports, with our rubrics, and really looking at that. But it's a really dynamic process. So I thank her and her team for that work. And I know I was able to attend the first math meeting, and it's an awesome team. I think it's going to be a great cycle. So I know a lot of you have been following the fact that social studies has continued to be an area of renewal. We're still in the process of phasing in lots of social studies changes, really pre-K to 12. And I know in June we talked about the high school purchasing of a new curriculum tool, the National Geographic, which we had already purchased some of those books at the middle school level as well. Allison's going to give us a brief update of where we are with our elementary social studies lens.
Thanks, Chris. So earlier this year, pre all of this, back in January and February, we had a wonderful social studies curriculum team put together, and we did some initial work, and we're really just primed to sort of start digging in when the world turned upside down. So what we did end up doing, however, what we did accomplish was sort of establishing, drafting our vision for how do we want social studies to look in the elementary grades. And this document on this slide is sort of what came out of that that conversation and that protocol. And the social studies instruction that that I remember, that you may remember, it really looks different in 2020. We're really focusing on the practices of social science. How are we being informed consumers? How are we looking at sources? And building a foundation for that is what we're doing in K-5. Really just, it's a lot about exposure and sort of digging into all different kinds of things. And one of the tenets that we want to make sure happens is that we are writing a curriculum that really meets the needs of Reading's students, because that's one of the things that we're consistently encouraged to do, particularly in this area, is to really have experiences and inquiries and questions that kids can directly connect to, that feel like they're a part of their community. So social studies is different in that way, in that there isn't something, or there aren't necessarily things that we can purchase or review or pilot. It's really just sort of coming up with our foundation and then building things that we try out and sort of continuously growing it and evolving it. So the team has reconvened. We just met a few 2 weeks ago. So we obviously had a bit of a long hiatus there where we really were just, other things took priority there for a while, but the team did meet and we're back on track. What you can see here on this slide are sort of the anchors, I'll call them, of the work that we're doing right now. You can see the teaching tolerance standards, the focus that DESE has put forth for all social studies work this year, and inquiry using the C3 model. We're pulling all of these factors in together as we're working. The social studies curriculum that we're creating right now, we're focusing on 3 components, and those are literature and read alouds, and how we can add rich literature to sort of expose our students to lots of different topics. We're also looking at content literacy. Where can we be readers and writers of social studies, and where do those two subjects overlap? And then inquiry, where we're looking at really interesting questions and letting the students sort of explore and research and lead that work sort of as it naturally unfolds. So that's where we're at right now with social studies, and I feel really good about where we're headed. So switching gears a little bit, we also wanted to highlight for you today, specifically in the humanities areas, in my areas, literacy and social studies, are some of the resources that we've brought on board for this school year in particular. You can see all their little their icons here. I won't go into every single one, but we prioritized how were our students when they were remote going to access books, what instructional and what assessment tools were we going to use, and then you can see some of the purchases there for social studies that we were able to make this year that we knew were sort of strong resources, including that Massachusetts Chronicles book, which was just published and written by, I believe that the author is from Plymouth, and they wrote it with that project in mind.
Thank you, Allison. You can see that she and her team have been really busy at work as well. And certainly anytime there is a major DESE change, and I know the social studies changes have been coming the last couple of years, it really requires a systemic way of thinking, pre-K to 12. And through our work with the curriculum lead, Allison and I are continuing to work with our awesome middle school social studies team. They've already integrated some of the new changes and will continue to do that. Our new department head, as well as our former department head, have been working very hard with the 9, 10, and 11 social studies, although, excuse me, we were in pretty good shape with some of those revisions because we already had an integrated model at the high school, whereas a lot of communities didn't. And I love the approach that Allison and her team are doing with this elementary, really looking at the social studies changes as investigations, and how do we factor that into our literacy lens, and really looking as kids becoming active members of our community and our democracy. It's really exciting. So thank you, Allison. So the last piece that I'm going to talk a little bit is about equity training and the equity work that's happening. As I mentioned, tomorrow, Parker and Coolidge, their teachers are going to be treated, and you can go to the next slide, Heather, to some training both on equity under, the lens of working with students of all colors and really looking at that lens, but also the Coolidge team will be doing that. The Parker team will be spending time with another curriculum initiative and professional development initiative that we've been working on district-wide, which is Universal Design for Learning, UDL. And I've been talking a little bit about that in some of my updates, and we're really excited that that is starting to really move forward. We have our Train the Trainers that have already started meeting with an inclusion coach. Parker is actually doing a lot of work with UDL tomorrow as well. We also ran our first UDL course after school, and that includes some principals are on it. Some level, every level is focused, and it's really exciting to see our teachers. We had done some UDL work in pockets, but really trying to have that be our way of thinking. And for those of you who don't know what UDL is, that Universal Design for Learning is really looking at teaching under a variety of modalities, both as we present and also as we receive. So as students learn things, we're presenting them, really looking at differentiation techniques in a very targeted way, but we're also looking at ways that we're asking kids to show what they know and to develop greater thinking and critical thinking, and really sort of deepening that by looking at project-based learning and real-life learning and multiple modalities to do that. And in this remote setting, it's a perfect opportunity to try some of these things because we're really looking for student engagement. As mentioned at the beginning of the year, we were treated to our Medco director, did a webinar for our entire district. I know a few of the school committee members were in attendance, and for any of the teachers and administrators that are watching now, they saw the strength of his webinar that really walked us through how we're going to really start thinking about equity in a greater way in Reading. We've always spent some time on it, but really starting to dig deep and look at that. Towards that end, we were really lucky to be part of this Commitment to Equity Institute. And I'll explain a little bit more. This is done by SRI, which is School Reform Initiative, and they have outstanding professional development. We're lucky to partner with them and with a nonprofit, Pegasus Springs. And right now in cohort A, we have 15 leaders, 15 educators, and 30 students that are learning more about how to promote equity and really listening to students' voice and choice so that we can work with them to really meet the needs of all of our learners. Cohort 1 is right now happening, and that is already we just had our second session, and it'll meet throughout the school year. Cohort 2 will be starting up soon, and all of the elementary principals, middle school principals, and of course Grant Hightower and myself are involved in this, among other educators and teachers. So it's really exciting. We're doing a lot of work on this, and we're bringing it back. We're going to be spending some time at staff meetings and district-wide really sharing out that, as well as looking at our next district-wide PD day, which everyone will be fully involved in. PD is, John just mentioned, it was moved till January 15th, that Friday. We're in the process of planning that and really looking at remote teaching and technology and sharing skills, looking at equity and how are we meeting the needs of the huge variety of learners we have. And then the third theme of that day is really communal care. How do we care for ourselves and each other as we really work to support everyone? I mean, this pandemic has really caused a lot of us to really look at that, and really, I love the term that somebody introduced me to recently of communal care, and really caring for each other and for ourselves so that we can be the best that we can be and do our best work. So we've already started some really strategic planning on that day. And as I mentioned in an earlier update, adult learning is alive and well in Reading. So I think we're ready for some questions. Thank you to Heather and Allison for giving you a little snapshot of some of the newer work that we're doing.
Yes, thank you, Chris, Allison, Heather. Great job. I know that, Tom, you had a question?
Yeah, I had a couple, I think. I guess first things first is thank you for the update, right? A lot that you are doing, the three of you plus all the teachers, all the principals, a lot's going on, and that's in this age of COVID as well. So just want to acknowledge all the effort there. Second is, Heather, I almost feel like it's because I keep asking about it, but thank you for saying about Curate and Ed Reports as part of the process as well. That's always good to see. On the math curriculum timeline, I applaud the aggressiveness, but I wonder if it's too aggressive, considering, what we're facing this year as teachers, as school committee, as parents, as students. Are we giving ourselves enough time to make an informed decision with a timeline that is that aggressive, as it is listed? I'd love to do it. I'd love to see us be able to hit those timelines and make a decision in procurement by the end of June. But I just want to ask is it reasonable and is it achievable to hit in such a timeline like that?
That's an awesome question. Thanks for asking it. So I think I'll lead with the fact that this year, what we know is that we don't really know what's going to happen. So I'm going into all of this with flexibility and an ability to nimbly shift if we need to. That being said, a lot of the work that goes in the front loading of building the systems and structure for review and routine, because we had the opportunity to go through it as a district last year, and I was excited enough to do that with our outstanding middle school educators last year. Some of those routines have now been built. So what we're doing is using that and revising it to really meet where we're at. So if you look at this timeline, what you're looking at is we have allocated the next 3 months to take the work that we've done so far and apply it to the published tools. So while this is a condensed snapshot of what the work we're doing that's now public facing, as I mentioned, these conversations started in November 2019. Some of the work of evaluations and building towards it started in the spring and in the summer, including gathering data from other districts in the state that are using it, doing survey data and analysis of what is available and out there, getting quotes from the different programs and platforms to allow us to actually procure the material. So that work's been done. So yes, it is an aggressive timeline. To be completely honest, I think there's two things that we have to consider. One is that we have enough time to richly go into it, and two, that we don't take so long that we don't really know what we need and what we're doing. And part of what spurred this is the fact that the current tool that we have is no longer current. So with that, our teachers deserve to have a core curriculum material that they can pull from to support their teaching and learning, and our students deserve to have access to a current tool. So that process, frankly, if it needs to get delayed, if we're feeling we need more time to critically analyze, that is going to be the decider, because the educators working on it with kids are going to be the ones that are going to be able to say this works, this doesn't, or I don't know, and we're going to need to hear those voices as leading the work. That being said, we also don't want to take so long that we lose momentum and that we don't have current rich conversations about what we're seeing and what we need. So we'll continue to try to find that balance. And to be honest with you, I don't really know. I mean, I've never done a curriculum search in a global pandemic. So, we'll see how it goes, but, we'll definitely keep you updated on it. We're gonna aim for it, but we're not gonna let a self-identified deadline create an unnecessary speed that doesn't support the good work and the good questions. So I hope that helps. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, thanks.
I appreciate that answer, and I think that goes to show like you say, the systems that are in place already. You are bringing in, though, the other 5 grades into that system, right? So, or 6 actually, if you count kindergarten, which we are counting kindergarten, right? Yeah. So K through 5, you're bringing in those other 6 grades into that system and bringing them along that process.
Yeah, 7 because
With-
we're doing K6.
Seven.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess I was kind
Yes.
of counting the middle school as kind
Right.
of already being in it, but the
Right,
sixth grade
I think
teachers
you are.
were in it before, right? So, I guess just to follow on that though, and also to kind of dive a little bit into the urgency, and I agree with the urgency. I think I've probably been one of the more vocal critics of MIF as it is right now. And we need to change, and we've had to supplement it a lot with AMC and quite a few things. So to that end, and you, in one of your slides, you also talked about the rollout plan. 3 grades, 1 to 3 grades a year. Have you in your mind formulated an idea yet of what that might look like? Because AMC might supplement better for K1 and 2. We need to really hit 6, 5, and 4 early in the process, or something else along those lines. So just trying to.
Yeah, I feel like you're my audience plant. You're asking all that good next step stuff. So absolutely, that is a big part of, while I have a recommended proposal, it's also part of my council to advise that work. And so I do want to add the caveat of, we are looking for our core curriculum tools, but we will not be throwing, I hate the baby with the bathwater metaphor, but it's all that's coming to mind. There are quality tools that support students and teachers that we're not saying, don't touch it, you only use this. Because what we know is that our teachers are incredibly talented and our teachers know what their students need. So we want to make sure they have current, rigorous, aligned, and robust tools to pull from. And we want to make sure the core tool is something that they can rely on, but it doesn't mean we're going to get rid of those other pieces, because
Right.
some of what things like the example you said, the AMC, which is the assessment side of it, the assessing math concepts, but the partnered curricular resources of the developing number concepts work that's been written by Kathy Richardson, the methodology that uses is so fantastic for early learners. And it really embraces that idea of building their conceptual understanding and not rushing to that memorization of algorithms, which often happens in published tools and materials. And I was actually, as a side note, invited to join Kathy Richardson and a few math leaders from around the country just last week to look critically at her tools, to start to think about how can we do it now. So those resources have been out for a while because they are so rich and valuable, but yet what we know is that the world is different. So we started to collaborate with, there was somebody from Vegas and Texas and California and DC and myself and Kathy and Sue Dolphin, who's another author, to look critically at those tools. So yes, there are some tools and resources that we have that support learners, and I think K1-2 is probably better supplemented. We also want to think about phasing it in the experience of a student. So what we wouldn't necessarily want as a student to have it for a year, not have it for a year, have it for a year. And we want to think about that teacher collaboration. So having teachers be able to share their experiences with each other, and that vertical experience and that vertical articulation is critical. So all of that being said, yes, there is a plan, but what we won't know is what is the right one until we get our hands on the tools, have our teachers trying it, and our council looks critically at what makes sense, what's logical for the adoption that's going to support student learning and support our teachers in building their skills and in their ability to apply those curricular tools. So.
Okay, I have one more math question, then I'll turn it over to Sean, and I'm sure I have other questions to come later too, but I don't want to monopolize. You in particular put, we're going to be careful about the rollout because of cost-related sides, and I appreciate that too. I want to at least put this out there that I'm just 1, not 6, would be interested in advocating if it would help you to advocate for this in a different way. If it would help you, right? If you buy it all at one time and it doesn't help because you can't roll it out, then it's irrelevant, right? But if you buy it all at one time because you can get a better price and a few other things, and we've been, FinCom has asked in times, what can you invest in to save things? And this is one of those type of things that if we get the right thing, it can certainly help us across the district in many ways. So I just want to put that out there as, if the rest of the committee is interested in, well, come back to us if you need help in some way, shape, or form advocating for something that makes sense. And if that, again, just if that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, It doesn't make sense.
Thank you for putting that on the table. That is great. We want to be responsible consumers because it is taxpayer money. So we want to make sure we're being responsible in what we're setting up our schools for success. And that part of that includes making sure there's a procurement component of it that we've got to be appropriate. You can't say this is the best program, but you can only buy enough manipulatives for half the kids, right? That's not responsible. So that's really wonderful to be put on the table. I will keep the committee updated through Assistant Superintendent Kelly and through other updates on our process. And if we get to that point that there's a potential need, we can certainly share with you where we're at and what the limitations might be. So thank you for sharing that.
Sean?
Thanks. I want to first echo Tom's thanks, not only for the update, but for all the work. Anything we can do in these areas feels like icing on the cake in a year where we're also reinventing the fundamental teaching model. So I really appreciate all the effort and all the progress. My question was in response to something you were talking about, Allison, when you were talking about the assessments and the frequent formative assessments. I'm curious, like, what are we finding, especially in the elementary grades? What are we finding from those frequent formative assessments? Was did we see the summer slide on steroids that we were expecting? Are we seeing, students sort of make up some of that lost ground? Like, what does that look like? Or, are we intuitively, you'd think the grades that have been back the longest, maybe are picking up, making up ground more quickly? Is that, is that being borne out? Like, what are we actually seeing in those assessments?
So that's we're sort of just gathering that right now. So I don't have a lot of concrete answers for you like in this moment, but that's exactly the kinds of questions you just asked. Those are the things I'm beginning to ask the teachers, because even though it feels like, oh my goodness, we're already at Thanksgiving, in terms of the amount of teacher-student interaction, hasn't been that much for a lot of our students. So those are the things that I'm trying to compile right now. My sense in general is that it's that almost that teachers are just almost moving right beyond it. We're dealing with this in the moment of like, where are these students right now and where do I need to take them and what do we need to do in order to keep moving forward? So we have strongly encourage teachers not to sort of look backwards and not to look at it from the perspective of like what's missing and what's not there, but really this idea of really just getting these snapshots and then what do I need to do to keep moving. But I am putting together some of these questions that you just said actually, so that I can start to get this information from teachers. It's going to be very qualitative. There's not going to be a lot of spreadsheets and numbers to sort of report in that sense, but I am asking those questions.
Great, thank you.
The other piece, if I can add in about that, is that the important sharing too that's happening is when we get our grade level teams together across schools. Is the first grade at this school experiencing or seeing the same challenges or the same strengths as this school, and then how are they addressing those needs? So I think it's both like, where are we at, and then what are we doing about it? So that cross-district, cross-grade collaboration is that other piece that, while it might not be a numeric value of that a score or result, what it is that they're seeing trends, and then they're able to share resources, share strategies across, and those share times are built in. We used to, Allison and I would host, we called them Wednesday workshops, and they were about once a month, and they allowed cross-district collaboration. And we are doing them on Fridays now with the teachers, but they've had a chance to be strategic about sharing what trends are they noticing, how are they addressing it, in what upcoming units is it something that they're going to have to maybe highlight a prior skill, but instead of going back and attempting to reteach a previous grade. So some of that strategic planning was done front loading in the summer when we were thinking about pacing guides and units and what may or may not have been done fully. And then some of it's that sort of looking forward and where do we see those coming and how can we set students up for success? So it might not be that we have a easy answer of like, where are they, but more that like, now what do we do about it? We're seeing these trends and how are teachers collaborating across to make sure we're moving everybody forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron? Tom?
Okay, I'm back like I promised. So Allison, this one might be a little bit more for you. I'm going to drill a little bit more into the social studies side of things here. I appreciate the reference you made as a tie into ELA. I think that's very, very important as part of this process. And I'm wondering, are we evaluating ELA curriculum tools as part of the social studies purchase? And I bring that in because the knowledge gap related side of reading and understanding what you're reading is a very important part of this. And some of the newer tools in this space are specifically very focused in a way in which you mentioned before, deep dives into specific topics, where maybe you spend almost a whole quarter on a topic that brings that type of knowledge. So a couple of them that come to mind would be Wit and Wisdom and Core Knowledge, English Language Arts, that are very knowledge focused curriculum tools, and very aligned to social studies related topics as well. So I was wondering if that's part of the analysis that's going on, or is it purely the National Geographic type tools or anything else along those lines that we're looking at?
So thanks for asking that. The short answer is we're not specifically looking at tools, especially ELA tools, but we're actually not looking for a social studies tool per se. We're looking, whereas this sort of process differs from math, we're looking at where sort of compiling resources from lots of different places across the state in collaboration with DESE and other groups, and then really coming from our students and their needs. So whereas math, there's these very clear tools that we can search, social studies really doesn't have that. So it's kind of a yes and a no. There will be some ELA overlap because it's just unavoidable and because it's good practice to combine social studies content into lots of different literacy instruction. So we're really more looking at building some processes for teachers to use, like an inquiry format, say. And we're going to look at where can we insert content area writing within our sort of year-long pacing. So we're really building and writing much of this curriculum rather than looking for a tool first. We're going to look at what we want kids to experience in terms of social studies and then find the tools and resources that are going to match. And that's going to look, in some cases, like a lot of different things. So does that answer your question?
It does, in good ways, and it makes me nervous in other ways. If I'm fully disclosing, right? So the work you guys are doing, phenomenal. A lot of things, tying a lot of different pieces together. I think you know this too. You even said it. The right tool makes such a difference. It's not the only thing, but the right tool makes such a difference. And so that you're not having to pull from 15 different directions as much as possible. There are ways of instructions. There are other things like that don't align to the tool, that aren't tool related, but having that library to pull from, that is a consistent library across teachers, across schools, so that we have that consistency from, whether I'm a third grader at Joshua Eaton or Barrows or Birch or Killam or Woodend, I'm getting the same thing.
Yeah,
is something I just want to make sure we're consistent or thinking about as we go through that process.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page in terms of that. I don't mean it to sound that we're going to be pulling from everywhere. We're going to have some core tenets, I guess you might call them, and it's going to be, again, more of the processes rather than, and frankly, the tools don't exist in terms of a perfect thing for Massachusetts social studies, because it's such a state level specific thing. And that we ran into that with the National Geographic. So I think you can feel confident in that I am really staying up to date on what is happening all across the state in terms of curriculum that's being written and how we can access it. A lot of it's being offered for free. There's a lot of great things sort of in pilot right now, but because it's sort of new everywhere, it's really just it's just evolving so quickly as we go.
That's a great point, and I don't want to minimize the work you're doing. Please don't take it that way in any way, shape, or form. Right? I know it's if anything, it's harder because it's a moving target to a degree.
It's really hard, but it's so rich and fun. And it's kind of like, that's why I have this job, because that's the stuff that I love doing. So it's like you really get down the rabbit hole, but in a good way.
Yeah.
And I think Allison has done so much work with curriculum writing, as has, you know, the three of us. So I think one of the things that we are really focused on, and having both Allison and Heather in these roles during my tenure has been huge to this, Tom, is that consistency piece.
Mm-hmm.
We do not want students in Reading, you know, depending on where they go to elementary school, they have a different experience. We're never going to be a lockstep district. We don't want to be a lockstep district, but we definitely want to have, like, for instance, in 5th grade, this might be the, you know, the anchor text that we're going to use this unit in social studies. And that would be consistent across the district. And there would be lesson ideas or links to different websites or different research tools, or looking at what already exists in our reading or writing program and saying, hey, this is a time when we do our nonfiction writing. Why don't we all do reports on different areas of interest in Massachusetts? And we're going to use the same inquiry-based model that we're creating the Reading version of that. So it's exciting because we can build it and develop those pieces, but by no means, you know, do we expect like it to be like a full a la carte menu, pick what you want. And I think, you know, this team has heard Heather talking about some of the science work that she did at K-2, and I would liken it to that, you know, she took some of the NOADM sort of thinking and worked it into the Reading way of how we're going to really support K-2 teachers with their science units and with their science instruction. And it's been very consistent across the district.
That's great. I appreciate that. And again, all the effort. One thing I'll just ask us to think about, and I only ask this because of the fact that things are changing underneath us as we're doing it, right? Or is that we maybe we tighten up this cycle in terms of the 7-year cycle that we have in our goals. If we can do social studies, you know, refresh or thought process, just, you know, a reevaluation maybe 3 years into the process after implementation instead of 7, just because it's so new, because there's so much changing. We just want to make sure we get it right. And if we don't get it right the first time, which we very well, hopefully we will, right? But if we don't, we don't want to waste 7 years or lose 7 years in that process. So if we can do that or think through that, that's one request I'd make. Obviously, I can't make a demand in any way, shape, or form in that regard. And the last, I guess, 2 last things for me, and then then there's some questions in the Q&A.
Yeah.
First things first is UDL. Thank you. I think that's so important. Maybe people don't understand how important that is for a lot of our learners that learn in different ways, but the ability to bring that to the classroom in such a consistent fashion and making it part of the continual learning of our staff, our principals, etc. Thank you for that as well. And the last thing, and this one's kind of more of a nudge, we went through the curriculum update. We have a goal that's out there 1 month and 10 days from today, and that is our curriculum maps, and we didn't talk about curriculum maps.
So I'm happy to answer that question, Tom. That was going to be in our grader update that will be going out, but we are on target. We are definitely on target. We will have all of the curriculum guides published by the end of December. Pre-K.
Awesome.
Okay. Did you want to migrate over to the Q&A?
Migrating over to the Q&A. In the interest, yes. So the first one, they're all from the same member of the public, Donald Gorley. First one says, stolen, ? I hope children aren't being exposed to this. Individual ideology should be limited to the teacher's own children and not others. Taxpayers have given no mandate for this, nor voted for this. It's actually entering the classroom, and who approved it? Mr. Doherty, if not him, who?
I'm not sure what he's talking about when
he's referring to the first slide, in the land in particular is what he's referring to. Yeah. So the second comment is, can RPS return to the primary use of math textbooks and workbooks? This makes it easier for parents to track student progress at home. Textbooks and workbooks allow progress to be tracked in traditional manner. Now it seems one needs 2 or 3 passwords to view online-only curriculum content that costs too much to print out and put in binders. Math at this level hasn't changed, yet they tried and true teaching methods seem to be continually sacrificed for the latest fad. Just because a new piece of tech exists doesn't mean it's better or has to be used. Textbooks are sustainable. Mine was used for years by many students.
Could I answer that question,
There
or
was
would
a
you rather?
question as part of that.
Is that okay?
If you
Sure.
want to, sure, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So, you know, while I hear the perspective, I have to respectfully disagree. I think the things that have changed, and while, you know, 1 + 1 may still equal 2, there's a lot of things that have changed. Our understanding about how students learn, our knowledge about brain science and the development of learning and student progression, the expectations from the state that establish what we teach, how we teach, and when it is expected to be mastered by, those have been changed. So it is our responsibility to do our due diligence to make sure our teachers are empowered to have the most accurate tools they need. Now, that being said, while it might feel like having a workbook allows you to track progress, what it allows you to do is track worksheet completion. In no way does that give you an indication of levels of understanding or mastery of mathematics. And quite frankly, I have 2 daughters of my own, and watching them go through and understand math, I have one that can sometimes go quickly, but just being a fast finisher does not mean is a solid conceptual understanding. So moving away from completion of problems and worksheets and moving more towards that understanding of showing what you know and applying it in novel and new applications and settings is more likely to support and enhance continued growth in our areas of STEM, science and mathematics, because students are less likely perceives to be a race to finish worksheets or completion of tasks. So what we know and what has changed is our knowledge of what is important in developing true mathematicians and lifelong understanders of math and STEM. And I'm excited about the fact that we get to embrace that in our practices. So.
Thank you, Heather.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Next one is Colonel West's ideology being presented to students? If yes, are opposite ideologies being presented equally? Who authorized this curriculum change?
So that was a quote taken from one of the PD sessions that we attended, but, you know, to my knowledge, it's not part of, you know, a set curriculum.
Thank you. Next one is glad to hear somebody say baby won't be thrown out with the bathwater. And the final one, well, there's one more. When changing curriculum, what clear measures of effectiveness were deficient and by how much? How will new curriculum be assessed to see if it made things better or worse? I support the gentleman's comment that this year and next year are already complex enough with COVID. This may not be the time to introduce additional complexity with new curriculum rollout. Teachers have it hard enough implementing curriculum they know in a hybrid manner.
So I don't disagree with, we all agree with that. There are some, you know, reasons why we have to or should consider some curriculum changes. Some are state changes. So, you know, the social studies changes were dictated by the state. And, you know, we were given a number of years to work that into our schedules. I think, you know, actually, you know, we had hoped to already have that in place when COVID hit. We definitely are looking at that proactive as well as reactive and really measuring that. We know our teachers are really, really working hard and we want to be cognizant of that. So as we make any changes, we're really looking at the ones that sort of, you know, our priority for a variety of reasons. As Heather said, we do not have the instructional tools in math. Those online pieces don't exist anymore. And
if I could add, actually, nor do the published pieces. So one of the questions about the deficit is that the published core curricular tool, they are no longer publishing it because they have adopted a new copyright. So we are to the point now that we're going to have to buy from alternative vendors who have warehouse outdated copyright. So literally the actual published tool and the online platform are not being updated. So it's one of the ways that we knew it was time for us to do an evaluation.
Right. So we, you know, we don't have the luxury of completely just waiting, but we're also always looking at how fast can our staff, I mean, our staff, they're just working so hard and we're very aware of that. So I think with all of our curriculum changes, we've tried to be very strategic with that. And we will continue to be.
He's got one more question and one comment left. I hear what this is regarding the books. I hear what you're saying. Does this mean a textbook can't happen? I have an MS instructional engineering, so I'm not unfamiliar with excellence in math? And before you answer that, I would add, I've heard many other parents ask about making sure that they have textbooks to take home, and I expect we will be purchasing textbooks as part of this. But Heather, please, if you want to add to that.
That's a good question. I don't have a clean answer for you. So part of it is what's developmentally appropriate. I do not believe it's appropriate to give a 5-year-old a textbook. Actually, managing and maneuvering between that's not appropriate in general. It does not mean that no textbooks for any grades. A big piece of what you'll see happening with publishers is they're no longer making those hardcover textbooks because, quite frankly, things are changing and they have to update and adjust. So what most publishers are doing in the field of STEM and in the field of science and math is they're making consumable workbooks that embed the textbook components into student response pages. So most publishers are no longer doing the hardcover books because curriculum is so shifting and so adaptive in so many ways. So then the question is, does it make sense for us to do the investment in those textbooks that end up becoming consumable workbook, textbook combos? And that part is going to be an evaluation by the teachers. And I know the gentleman did note about the printing piece, and that is a piece that we have to consider. Does it make sense to invest and have those pre-printed? Or is it something that we want to honor the fact that a teacher is selecting and going to use X percentage of the published material because the publishers put in every single thing and they don't assume you're using every single thing, but they have to provide it. So what makes sense economically and also conservation wise, we don't want to be recycling, workbooks with 1/10 of them done. And it sometimes, unfortunately, it sends the wrong signal to parents that think that their teachers aren't teaching what they're supposed to, but those publishers put every single item in, assuming the teachers are then going to utilize what is developmentally appropriate or what their students need. So all of those pieces have to come into play. So depending on what tools we're looking at, what is their format for the production, what's developmentally appropriate, what we're looking at for kindergarten, I do not expect is the same as 6 when it comes to decisions about investment in tools. But it's all on the table. So I can't say a solid yes or no, but there is value in having access to reference and supportive materials.
Thank you for the detailed and excellent answer. Yeah.
Well, we're constantly looking at that of, what makes sense. We also ask our teachers too, what makes sense at different grade levels and different subjects. So thank you, Evan.
Thank you for clarifying about West.
These aren't questions, they're just
comments. Published the last one. There you go.
All right, well, thank you. Thanks for letting us present. I just want to thank Heather and Allison for their continued efforts in the district. I love working with both of them. They inspire me to really think all the time about what we're doing and making effective and efficient choices that really work to the needs of our students and our staff. So thank you for that.
Thanks again. Great job, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. John, did you want to do the goals first, and then we'll do the policies after? I'm just looking at the clock. I'd rather get.
So one thing you may want to do, because it should be a quick item, is the budget piece. Why don't you do that?
That.
Yeah.
Gail?
Great, thank you. This hopefully will be very quick. What I put in the package this evening is an updated summary of the current year budget now that town meeting is over. And we know that they did officially approve the additional $120,000 of COVID-related expenses to be added to the budget. I wanted to complete the process by having the school committee officially approve the amended budget. Our plan for the $120,000, as we discussed prior to and during town meeting in the financial forums, is to utilize that for COVID-related expenses after January, when all of the various grant funding expires. Most likely this would be used towards the contract cleaning that we are doing each day throughout each of the school buildings to supplement our current custodial staff.
So hear a motion, and then I'll open up to questions after that.
Move to approve the adjusted November town meeting approved FY21 budget of $48,442,662.
Second.
Second.
Does anyone have any questions for Gail? Comments?
Great, thank you.
Uh,
Oh, you didn't approve it yet.
Got to vote.
I got
Sean,
excited.
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Aaron,
Aye.
Carla,
Aye.
Chuck, aye.
Okay,
Now
now
you can say thanks.
I'm trying to move us along. It's getting late.
Chuck, can I make another suggestion that maybe we have the student report
Oh, yes.
in case
Yeah.
the student needs to go study or something?
Is Bridget? Is she here? There
Yes,
she is. Hi, Bridget. Welcome again.
Hello. Sorry, I was having computer issues.
All right.
Theme
So-
of every night.
So as I said, welcome and you know, we're happy to have you on board, and you always get to do your report first. So this
Oh, cool.
student report is always first. Did you have any, and please, if you don't, that's fine. I know this is your first night, but if you had anything you wanted to report.
I have some things. I'm going to try and keep it as brief as possible. So, for remote learning right now, students have been receiving assignments via Google Classroom and connected services like for Chorus, Soundtrap, or Edpuzzle. Students that have AP classes will also be using AP Classroom for tests, quizzes, and other assignments like essays. Currently, when we're in hybrid, we're told to bring our own devices for possible class activities that we can do online to connect with the people who are at home. And we also have breakout rooms for discussions where the kids in school will discuss with each other and the kids at home can have their own little private groups. So for all around news, we have a virtual choir and band concert coming up. So on December 14th, we're going to have the virtual choir concert, and I believe December 17th is the band, though I've been told it was tentative, so I don't want to say that definitely is the date. And then on December 22nd, we're going to have a holiday concert for both of them, where they're just going to take some songs from the winter concert and put them together. The Drama Club's also having a performance coming up. Currently, it is planned for December 4th as a live stream event on YouTube that you can purchase tickets for. The 17th was the last day for students to submit applications for participating in class office, and we haven't had the elections yet, but I can keep you updated when we do. Senior shirts are out, which are like the shirts with the color sleeves and says seniors across. So we're happy we get to keep that tradition. And the last day to buy will be Monday. We're having Spirit Week next week when we'll have Disney Day, Sports Day, and class colors. We've been going through a November Bike-a-thon, which is a competition between 9th and 11th grade led by Miss Terrio and 10th and 12th grade led by Mr. Murray. So that should end soon. And oh yes, we're having a senior collage to make up for the normal photo, where normally we would spell out the year number, but instead we're going to be sending in photos of each other or ourselves to the yearbook, and they'll make a collage of us, which looks really fun. So I think that's all. Thank you.
That was a good report. Thank you. John?
Do you want me to go to the district improvement plan?
Yes.
Okay. So just a couple of global thoughts first. So first of all, thank you very much for all of the feedback. Met with each school committee member individually to talk about the components of the plan. I think all of the feedback has been incorporated into the plan through those meetings. In addition, we've met, the district leadership team has met a few times now to discuss the plan, and we did make some additional changes on Tuesday, which is reflected in the packet that was sent out this afternoon. The other piece that I just want to go over is some of the changes that we did make, just to summarize based on from the last time. So on strategic objective A, which is really the work that's happening this year, we added a caveat that this may have to be extended based on the trajectory of the pandemic. And we put that in there because we don't know what next fall is going to look like. So we don't want this goal to end if work still needs to continue. So we wanted to make sure we put that in there. In strategic objective B, we also wanted to put in a caveat about state standardized testing because, again, we do not know what the availability of state testing is going to be this year and next year. So if we do have state testing, as I mentioned, that this would be the baseline year. If for some reason there is no state testing, then next year would become the baseline year. So we wanted to make sure that we captured that as well. Another change that we put in here, based on feedback from the district leadership team, is the last bullet in strategic initiatives for Objective A, is the work that our district crisis support team has been doing, and that what they have been doing is identifying resources and experts in the areas of trauma, grief, suicide, substance abuse, and abuse and neglect. And those resources are going to be available on our website. They're going to be available for staff, but also to provide training for our staff, almost to be first responders for this area. So we wanted to add that piece. That was an addition for the strategic initiative for A. We made some other minor changes in the initiatives, which are reflected here, but those were the highlights of the initiatives. Going to the interim objectives, the interim outcomes, and there's a couple of grammatical errors that I will fix in terms of the number 4 versus the word 4, things like that. In terms of the PRIDE survey, the third bullet under interim outcomes, it talks about a 2 percentage point increase. PRIDE actually has 2 sets of scores. They have the 1 through 4 score, and then they had the scaled scores. I was referring to the scaled scores, but I will look to see if there's a better way to capture that using the 1 to 4 score. So I will go back and take a look at that. And there's a couple of other, on that same bullet, I need to add year 1 to year 2, year 2 to year 3 in the top part of that sentence. Going to see if there's anything else in this piece. I think those were the major changes there. On the first goal, the professional practice goal, we did make a lot of changes on this, the timeline. Our human resources director is going to be starting in December, and she's going to need time to do an entry plan. So using the entry plan strategically, she can take a look at the hiring and recruitment practices through interviews, focus groups, and surveys. That will help inform further actions in the goal. There's also a couple places here which I will add her to the lead in terms of work that I would be working concurrently with her or other staff. So I will be adding her to some of these other lead pieces. We also changed the timeline to make it a little bit longer to give her more time through her entry plan and to make it a more realistic process with some of the other action steps that are in this goal. So I wanted to highlight that as well. The rest of the changes, the other one I wanted to highlight, and obviously we're going to have further discussion on this in the budget process, is number 7 on goal number 2. Not number 7, I'm sorry. Number 12, sorry, number 12 on goal number 2, which is the hiring of a special education literacy coach. This is a critical position in helping to move this goal forward, and this is certainly something we are going to be advocating for in the FY22 budget. Dr. Stice and I, Chris Kelly, Gail Dowd, we will be putting together a plan how we can include this into the budget, what it's going to look like. We do have a draft job description that we've worked on, but this is, I think, a critical piece to the success of this goal. So I wanted to highlight that, and certainly we'll be providing further information during the budget process. I think those are the major changes that have happened since the last time.
John, you also mentioned in your report that.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Chuck. Yes.
Vision of the graduate, so those dates are going to change.
I will adjust the dates to reflect the April visit. Right now, it reflects a May visit.
Okay. And that would be the only one that would change. None of the. You mentioned that the committee's going to be meeting differently, or
the portrait of the graduate committee.
Yeah.
We'll be meeting. Our hope is to start meeting right after Thanksgiving.
Okay. So it's on the same timeline.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess if maybe take a motion first, and then we can have some discussion.
Sure. I'm going to slightly amend the motion based upon what Dr. Doherty just said. So
yeah.
Move to accept the 2020-2023 District Improvement Plan as amended by Dr. Doherty and the 2020-2021 Superintendent's Educator Plan as amended by Dr. Doherty.
Second.
Seconded by Sean. Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Tom?
I have 2. One is in interim outcomes in the AP line where it says based on baseline data. And I think this is, Dr. Doherty, where you were going, where you were going to add in year 1, year 2, year 2, year 3. I just want to make sure that's what we were talking about. There will be 2 percentage point increase in the number of students who receive a score of 3 or above on AP exams. And I think that's the one where you want to add the year 1 to year 2, year 2 to year 3 portion of that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then I just want to also just call out or, agree with the need to have the conversation about the special education literacy coach and the funding that may go with that. I am, as probably nobody's surprised, fully on board with that request. And I think this also fits in one of those conversations we've had with FinCom in the past about invest to save. If we can make that argument, maybe work with the administration team on what that looks like, what we expect, the goal, this whole goal leads to keeping our students in district more, especially those that fit the specific learning disabilities, most likely dyslexia, dysgraphia related disabilities. This type of coach is exactly what we need to make that happen. I would say we maybe even need to talk about more than just one potentially, but at the very minimum, talk about one and working with the team, working with the admin team appropriately to make the financial case for that. As an ad, or if we can get in the budget, great, as it is, but if we need to argue or petition or whatever else to get more for that, I would be fully in favor of working in that mode.
Yeah, I mean, I think, John, you said you're building a budget that's going to include that position, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So, yeah. John?
Having seen the job description, I will absolutely second Tom's on the literacy coach. I think it's long overdue and needed for our special ed community. John, as far as strategic A working on that new bullet point, as far as collaborating with district crisis support, is Erica McNamara included in that work?
Yes, she's part of that team.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Anybody else?
And Sammy Salkin is also. I should have mentioned Sammy is also.
Okay, ready for a vote? John?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Carla?
Aye.
And Chuck? Aye. Thank you. Okay, now on to the policies. So why don't we hit policy JI first. John, did you want to give any background on that before we have a motion? Or
I don't know if you want to. I don't know how you want to do this. I can give an overview of the whole piece as I outlined in the memo, and look at the policies together, or do them separately. Or do you want me to do the context of the whole piece first, and then you can look at the.
Yeah, let's do that. Can you put that up on the screen, John? Is it? Aaron was.
Let me see. Let me see if I can. Because I have to find it first. If I have to have it electronically, hold on.
I have it if you want me to put it up.
Yeah, then maybe that would be better.
Do you want me to put up the memo first, John?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Start at the top. It's a long memo.
I thought it was a good memo.
It is, but it's a long one. Right. Okay, you should see it now.
Okay. So I worked with Colby Brunt on a piece of this. I also did a lot of research in what the concerns of the committee were, and tried to come up with what I thought were some points to put into this. So first of all, JI, essentially what we're doing is we're taking language from Chapter 71, Section 82 of Massachusetts General Law and inserting it for number 4. So there was number 4 in the old policy had in it just one sentence. We are crossing out that information and actually inserting language pretty much it exists in the law, which gives the students the right to express their views through speech and symbols, to write, publish, and disseminate their views, to assemble peacefully on school property. The key to this is that it has to be done without any disruption or disorder within the school. So students have the right to express themselves as long as it doesn't create disruption. And there's a lot of Supreme Court case laws and Massachusetts case law that supports that. So that was policy. That was the piece on policy JI. In policy IMB, what I used as a starting point was the MASC revision to policy IMB. So that you have in your packet. The major changes that they included in there was the process for students to hold forums on controversial issues and the process for outside speakers to come in for controversial issues. So those were the two changes. I know that other committee members wanted to look at perhaps other changes, so that's why I just used the MASC as the baseline starting point. And then the bullying prevention plan, it looked like the best place to put some language was in the priority statements of the plan. So I inserted a number 4 in boldface, which says we also recognize that students have the right to freedom of expression, provided that such right shall not cause any disruption or disorder within the school. Students will not be a target of bullying by staff or students based on their political views or opinions. So I put that in there. And then the last piece of the memo, because I know that this was discussed as well, is RMASS legal counsel Mike Long did a briefing recently on teacher and student speech. So I inserted, for your information, examples of teacher speech cases and the rights that teachers would have with First Amendment in both outside and inside classrooms. So that's a summary of the 2 policies and the additional information you wanted me to provide.
Thank you. Okay, Tom, can you put up? Let's do the first JI. Start that discussion first.
Sure. Just a reminder, Chuck, when we talked about on Monday, we talked about doing the motion for both because they're kind of intermingled.
Yes.
So I'll do that and then I'll put up, you want me to read the motions first?
Yes.
And then go from there? Okay. I'll do so I guess from an order of operations, I'll read the motion, then I'll start the reading, then I'll read the and somebody will stop me. And I'll do the second motion, start the reading and somebody will stop me and then we'll have the conversation. So first reading, move to accept the first reading policy JI, student rights and responsibilities.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Policy JI, student rights and responsibility.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Tom?
Do you want to? Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Carla?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Chuck? Aye. Okay.
Okay, move to accept the first reading policy IMB, teaching about controversial issues / controversial speakers.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Policy IMB, teaching about controversial issues.
Is there a second?
Second.
Tom?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Carla?
Aye.
Chuck? Aye. Okay. Now we can have the discussion. Go back to JI.
Yes, that's the one that's showing right now. JI.
Okay, Aaron, did you have something? Oh, I'm sorry. That was to put the policy up. Does anybody have any questions, comments? Tom?
Sure. I guess first things first is thank you, John, for doing the research and pulling in this legal reference. I couldn't help but actually go through the other legal references at the bottom of the document and notice in there that there might be a couple others that we may need to consider from this document if we're adding just one. It almost seems selective if we just add the one. It doesn't align with our previous discussion, so the committee may agree or disagree, but 7183, for example, says school officials shall not abridge the rights of students as to personal dress and appearance, except if such officials determine that such personal dress and appearance violate reasonable standards of health, safety, and cleanliness, which is also in the reference scriptures, or not scriptures, but statutes. And then 7184 says no student shall be suspended, expelled, or otherwise disciplined on account of marriage, pregnancy, parenthood, or for conduct which is not connected with any school-sponsored activities. Provided, however, that in the case of a pregnant student, the school committee may require that the student be under the supervision of a physician. So I want to raise those just from a selective kind of picking / disclosure perspective. They are referenced in the bottom of the policy. 7182 through 7186, but they're not called out. So I'm in particular more focused on the one about dress, because I know that's been a topic of discussion in different schools in the past. So just want to put that out there for discussion.
Chuck, if I may just add, I believe there's other policies in your book about dress and pregnant students.
I think you're right, John. I think then I wonder if we should, maybe this is because it's the top policy, it's a JI policy as opposed to the JIA or JIB, and I can pull those up as well, but maybe that's why this isn't referenced here, but it's okay to still include the MGL references. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Aaron?
I just wanted to clarify about the C, to assemble peaceably on school property for the purpose of expressing their opinions. I know recently there have been some student-led events that were deferred to the town common and were not held on school property. Would this permit student rallies, student poetry readings to happen on school property, provided the principal approved it?
We never received an official request for that group.
Okay.
And there has been groups, there was a walk in late October, I believe, which was held here.
To clarify, this is not an accusation. I'm just trying to ask that, is that saying that they could be held on school property?
Yes.
Am I reading it correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they would need to get permission to do that. But,
of course, yeah. Yes.
Which is what we have had other groups do that.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else? Sean?
John, I'm having trouble just understanding whether the inclusion of this language from your perspective or from our attorney's perspective has the effect of increasing student freedom, restricting student freedom, or just clarifying that language that's been struck out there at the bottom.
Clarifying and actually using the language that's in the law.
Okay.
Carla?
Thanks, Chuck. Dr. Doherty, thank you for all your work on this, because I know I was kind of the instigator of all these conversations. The more I've been thinking about this for quite a while now, and I think that a lot of the focus here, these procedures have been updating the bullying, these policies have been updated and the bullying procedure has been modified. And I do like the modifications. I still, I guess where I'm going with this is I feel that we need potentially to do some education in more like professional development for staff on how to be able to roll out these kind of conversations and these kind of topics in a meaningful way that that doesn't inhibit the rights of students, right? And I kind of go back and forth with, you know, what are the First Amendment rights of teachers? Do they take precedence over a student's ability to feel comfortable in a classroom? And I don't, that doesn't even almost sound right. But where is that line for, you know, people should feel comfortable in the classrooms and students should feel comfortable in the classrooms. And I'm wondering if it's more of a, how do we roll this out type of situation in the classroom? Because sometimes we do have, especially with the older grades, we do have difficult conversations. And you don't want students to feel uncomfortable with teachers because of differing opinions on issues. So I just think it's an art form to be able to have these conversations in some respects. And so I'm just advocating, I guess, for more professional development and seminars on it. So thank you.
You're welcome. And Chuck, if I could just comment. So I believe you're absolutely right, Carla, that how a topic is presented is key. I do believe that is part of the work that is happening that Chris talked about earlier this evening with the equity work in how you have these types of conversations in the classroom. So I do believe that is starting to happen. That type of training is starting to happen. I know our middle schools are having those tomorrow. They're having the PD, and I believe that's one of the topics.
John, the last sentence is any assembly planned by students during regularly scheduled school hours shall be held only at a time and place approved in it. So I guess I'm just trying to figure, I mean, how can we allow this? I mean, when classes are going on and they decide they want to have an assembly, I mean, wouldn't this be better if it was after school hours, after teaching hours?
Yeah, usually, yes, if it's after school hours, and it's peaceful, they can have it like, I know in the past we've had students before school gather around the flagpole.
No, I know that, but why would we be letting students have an assembly during school hours when presumably some of the kids going to that may have a class that they're not going to or something?
They wouldn't necessarily, Chuck, but this is, other than the phrase principal's designee, which we inserted based on some feedback we got from a community member today, this is right from the law.
Okay. All right. John?
Yeah, along that lines, Chuck, I was thinking very similar. Is this more towards, you know, we've had.
We lost.
Yeah.
We lost John. I think they accidentally muted the wrong John. The echo comes from Dr. Doherty. Chuck, John Parks, you had to unmute yourself again.
I was doing it. As far as that last sentence, I'm thinking more of a student walkout where we've had a couple of protests during the school day where students are walking out. Is that what this is trying to cover?
Yes, it is, John.
Okay. So this is more, we're going to inform Principal Boynton that at X time on this date, we're taking part in a national walkout.
Yes.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, we can
think
Vaughn.
Erin has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Erin.
Are we also discussing IMB right now?
We were just about to start that, yes.
Okay. I have comments for that, but I can wait.
Okay, you're up.
Okay. Well, thank you. My first question is the name of the policy. Who defines controversial issues and controversial speakers? And where did that language come from?
This is right from the MASC policy book.
It's just, I feel like the name in and of itself is controversial. Like what's controversial to me might not be controversial to somebody else. What's controversial to Chuck might not be controversial to me. So I feel like it's just the title of the policy is quite vague and broad. I don't know how anyone else feels, but.
Tom?
Okay.
You suck. It's like
I mean, I was thinking the definition of controversial, how do you define it? Because I had the same, somewhat similar feeling. I don't mind the title so much as the definition of controversial, but then I went down this rabbit hole of, well, how do we define it and agree on what the definition of controversial is? I suppose we could pull up, the dictionary and define it as part of that process. But yeah, controversial is subjective. It's not objective. And to a degree, we kind of have to get comfortable with that, and teachers kind of have to get comfortable with that, and there is some subjectivity to it. I don't know if there's a better answer necessarily, though, and while trying to address the general gist of what this is trying to address as well. Because the removal of the policy, I don't think is necessarily a good thing either, right? Because you do need to have some guidelines from my perspective. But I don't know how best to address the fact that the definition of controversial itself could be controversial. So I'm not too far from you, Erin, from that regard, but I didn't have a better answer, really, is what it came down to.
I think it's really hard to read into the rest of the policy with controversial being so broad. So, number one, controversial issues selected by teachers for classroom discussion must relate directly to the objectives and content of courses. A teacher might rightfully think what he or she is talking about is quite relevant and pertinent to the class, but a parent might say, how dare you talk about that in that class, which is kind of the reason we're talking about this policy, right? So I think we have to be sort of realistic that this is hugely broad and in many ways up to the individual. And therefore, I have a problem with the entire policy.
John? Or Sean, I'm sorry.
Sean.
I have one really pedantic comment here and then one more tangible one. So let me offer the pedantic one first. Tom, if you could scroll back up to the first paragraph. I just checked, this is in the model policy as well, or in the policy manual, but that's the wrong ensure in the fourth line there. It should be ensure with an E. So for the second reading, I'll offer that. My more substantive contribution, hopefully, is, I started to think, I was listening to the discussion there with Erin and Tom, and I started to think that, well, is controversial by definition anything where you'd have a point of advocacy, right? Which is in that second paragraph, where, it's not controversial to say the speed of light is, I've forgotten what the speed of light is, but it's not controversial to say the speed of light is X. You're not really advocating something. But then what you run into, and Aaron, my point is that I agree with Aaron. What you run into if you use a definition like that is if an AP literature professor or AP literature teacher is talking about what an author's book is a metaphor for, right? They may have a perspective and be advocating a point, I guess, but it's controversial by definition because there could be disagreement about what's intended by a passage or what's intended by by a book or a poem or what have you. And so I'm kind of in the same place where I'm sort of struggling with the application of this policy absent some clarity around what we would deem controversial versus subject to disagreement but not controversial. And I don't know,
I don't know what word you could substitute that. I mean, if you put the word sensitive issue, I mean, anything you say is
controversial.
Anything's going to be, whatever we try to change it to, is still going to be subjective, right? I hear what you're saying. I just don't know how we can, yeah. Carla?
John Parks.
John Parks.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
I've got a couple of questions and then a little follow-up. If this policy moves forward as it is, and I'm not advocating for that at all, will this hamper or hinder any current student groups or activities?
Could. Yeah, it could.
And the reason why I'm asking is you've got Politics Club, you've got BIPOC, that could all fall into controversial in some people's eyes. Politics Club, very well thought out. They give the actual topic, the meeting before on what they're going to talk about, and both sides get to bring their arguments. Incredibly well run and thought out, but again, could be deemed controversial. I had the same question as Aaron right off the bat, and then the other part I'm struggling with is this parent advisory portion where you're going to have a couple of parents who are put onto this. I have faith in the staff of the school. If we put a couple of parents in and say it's for the GSA, some students may not feel comfortable with that. And therefore may not go to a group they need to go to. And it's going to take away from those groups. And those students are going to lose the support of those groups. So I have an issue with that parent response as well. And then, controversial, we can talk election. We all know everybody's got a thought on the election. And if that's brought up in a stats class, it's a perfect example where you look at election stats all the time. I think we all have over the last month. And if that's brought into a stats class, that's perfectly acceptable. Unless an opinion is thrown in there of a specific teacher where it can be argued on either side. As long as both sides are allowed, it's no longer controversial. It's allowing that open-minded conversation all the way through. And I'll hold off on the rest of mine for now.
Carla?
Thanks, Chuck. Okay, so I'm going to give you controversial. When a teacher asks students to write a paper on why Trump is like Hitler, is that controversial to you? Technically, if the presentation and the class, if both sides were present, I would say that that was not controversial, right? Because it could be even though it's a shocking title, if it was handled properly, and a good discussion ensued on both sides, I would say, somebody could say that's controversial, but it all matters how that teacher ran that class and how they handled that type of conversation. The problem for me, and the reason why I like this policy, is when that conversation in the classroom doesn't go well. And when kids walk out of that classroom feeling like, I can't really write what I want to say in my paper because I get the impression that the teacher doesn't feel the same way as me. That's controversial. For me, and I don't know how you want to label it. I don't know if you want to put it in a policy. For me, my litmus test is when a kid walks out of a class and feels like they need to change the way they speak in class, they need to not offer their true opinions, and when they need to actually write their papers differently because of repercussions from the teacher, that's controversial. I could continue to go on, but I'm not going to go on with more examples. This is why I like this policy. I understand that there's a lot of subjectiveness going on now in situations in our high school. My litmus test again is if a student is not going to feel comfortable expressing their views because of the teacher's, their perceived views of the teacher, that's controversial and that's not acceptable. However we want to roll it out, the bottom line is the kids need to feel comfortable to do this in a respectful way, but to also be heard in a respectful way. So this was the reason why I brought this whole thing up initially. I think this policy is very important, and I think the word controversial is right on target for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom?
Yeah, I mean, interesting conversation. Not that I'm in any way surprised at all by it so far, but a couple of things I think. I don't see this policy as governing the groups themselves at the high school, the clubs. It doesn't say anything about you can't form a certain club for something. What it does say is that to conduct forums, you need approval. I don't think a group meeting is a forum, and maybe there's a definitional item we need to bring out as part of that. But if that group is going to hold, an assembly of some sort, or they're going to advertise or put out a debate or something that needs some guidance, then maybe that becomes more of a forum. And I think that's where this policy comes in. And that's, to me, that's a line that's a pretty clear line. In terms of whether or not groups would be impacted by this. It specifically says to conduct forums on controversial issues. Just a meeting of a club is not conducting a forum. It's like it's interested parties coming together to have a conversation in their club. And I think there's a difference there from my reading and interpretation of that. Now, that doesn't mean that's the right interpretation necessarily, but that's the interpretation I have. And if it helps to clear it up, I'd be happy to think through some language to help clear that up appropriately. Even carving out group meetings themselves or club meetings themselves is not subject to the policy. It could be something as simple as that. And then to think about a little bit what Carla was saying, I think there's something here that's hard for a lot of us to grasp or understand. And it goes, I bring it back to my first boss ever who told me, Tom, perception is reality. You may not like it, that's somebody's perception of you, but it's their reality. And it's very hard to manage as an individual what somebody else's perception of you is. As a teacher, I can imagine that's very hard to manage. But I think what this whole policy is calling for in the staff perspective is from an interesting perspective is an anti-bias, right? Don't bring a bias to a conversation. Make sure that the conversation is fair for both sides. It's balanced appropriately, that you're hearing from both sides. There's no right or wrong answer going in. There's no perception that if I say answer A, I'll be viewed favorably. I say answer B, I'll be viewed unfavorably. And I think that's kind of where Carla's going. And if we need to make sure that that's clearer, I don't think anybody here is going to disagree with that necessarily from the conversations we've had before, right? But if that's the goal, then maybe we can just tighten up the verbiage to align to that appropriately. I don't know if we can or not. I'm just saying I think that's the essence of what we do agree on, and how we get there is kind of the journey to get there.
Sean?
So Carla, I appreciate what you were saying there. I differ a little bit in how I view this, because I don't think it's feasible to define controversial based on the quality of the teacher's approach to facilitating the topic. The topic is either controversial or it isn't, and the way I view it is the policy is intended to dictate how a teacher navigates their way through a controversial topic in a classroom. And what I get concerned about a little bit when you bring up that example is, taken to its extreme, if students are aware of a teacher's personal beliefs, right? And they're, we all sort of have, and Tom, comes back to what you were just saying. We all probably have opinions or inferences or what have you about, what the personal beliefs of some others that we work with or talk to frequently are. Once you have that perspective on somebody's personal beliefs, does that then make it off limits for that person to facilitate a conversation on a controversial topic, because you may be able to infer from their beliefs how they feel about that topic? So I'd prefer to focus on, is there actual bias in the way that the teacher, graded the paper, or the way that the teacher, retaliated against a student or something along those lines? How do we focus on those things versus, did the student have a concern, potentially unfounded, that they needed to modify the way that they behaved or the way that they wrote or the opinions that they shared, because they believed that the teacher had some bias that may lead them to be penalized for their own opinions, right? I don't know how, to me, it's not a practical standard to say that a teacher can't facilitate a conversation on something where students may believe that the teacher has an opinion, a strong opinion. We have to actually see that the teacher is inappropriately allowing their own opinions to influence the way that they're evaluating students for that to sort of make sense to me as a standard. So I'll pause there. I'll stop there.
Aaron?
I just keep going back to that there are so many topics that might even be based in fact and science, but are still deemed controversial. So climate change. Climate change is real. It is backed by science. It is still controversial. Should a science teacher not be allowed to talk about climate change? Should a science teacher have to give equal time to the one student who doesn't believe climate change is real? I struggle with how much we're trying to control the dialogue here versus having some faith in our teachers and in our students to have these conversations. We read that chapter in Everyday Anti-Racism about having courageous conversations and the importance of having courageous conversations. The top of the policy talks about preparing students for intelligent and conscientious participation as citizens. If we're going to help prepare them, then part of that is going to mean allowing them to take part in some difficult, controversial, courageous conversations. So I think part of what I'm struggling with is that this feels very stifling. And I don't disagree at all that, you know, teachers should not be advocating their own politics to students. I don't disagree with the example that Carla gave, that should have been an assignment that allowed for students to argue one way or the other. I think that would have been a more, you know, productive assignment for the students to explore. But I disagree with feeling like we're trying to control the entire dialogue of what's taking place in the classrooms.
John? John Park?
You got Tom before me.
Tom, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So I guess, I mean, from my perspective is, and I think the policy is pretty clear about this, the policy doesn't say we can't talk about controversial subjects. It just says to make sure that people refrain from expressing, the teachers refrain from expressing partisan views as part of that conversation, and they make sure that the conversation is objective and two-sided. There might be that one student or two that don't think climate change is real, and using that case, and if they can argue it objectively, let them try to argue it objectively. They may be wrong, right? But that's part of the process of learning is the ability to defend an argument and go through that. In the case that, you know, in other things, I think there's, so I guess I just want to make that clear. This is not saying we can't have controversial discussions. It's not saying that at all. It's just trying to set boundaries and what the role of the teacher is in that process, and that they should be, you know, again, not biased in one direction or the other, and not lead the witness in one direction or the other, for lack of a better way to say it. Let the conversation happen. You know, ask challenging questions on both sides. What about this? Have you thought about that? And that goes to your point of the challenging conversations, Aaron, as well. I mean, we want to encourage those challenging conversations. That's where the intellectual growth happens, right? That's where the curiosity growth happens. So this policy is not saying we can't have controversial subjects. It's just saying when we do have them, how do we conduct them? How do we expect our teaching staff to conduct them? You know, and you know, it also doesn't say that a teacher can't have their own views necessarily either. It just says don't bring those into the discussion, right? So that it's an interesting problem. I think we're kind of in. I don't know how this is going to come across wrong. We're kind of inventing problems with the policy that the policy doesn't actually say. Or, you know, in that regard, I think we should just be careful about reading what it says, interpreting what it says, and saying, all right, yes, if there's a controversial discussion, we should make sure that we hear both sides. We should make sure that teachers coming into it, the teacher shouldn't be expressing a partisan view on either side of it, etc. It should be prepared for and executed properly. That's what the essence of the policy is, and I think we just need to be careful that we steer to that essence. And if we need to clarify it, let's clarify it. But we're not saying no controversial discussions. That's not what this is saying at all.
Can I just respond? Can I just point number one doesn't support that, Tom?
What point number one says is the controversial discussion should be topic centered for the teacher related to the curriculum. So what it says is you shouldn't be discussing the politics of the land in physics class. If you want to discuss it in history or social studies, that fits. It's appropriate. If you're learning about the Constitution, you're learning about the Bill of Rights, you're learning about, you know, what happened in the 1824 election, which was a topic of discussion and is relatively relevant to the current issues, right? That fits. It fits in that conversation. Does that fit in physics? Not necessarily, right? So it's a matter of time and place, what number one is saying. What is it related to the curriculum of the time and place? English, does it fit? Yes. Social studies, does it fit? Yes. Physics, probably not. And that's what number one is saying, Aaron, and that's my read of it, at least. I don't know if anybody has a different interpretation, but that's my read of number one.
John?
Thanks, Chuck. I think what Tom's covered is a lot of number 4 under the teacher's plan, which is allowing that discussion from both sides. That absolutely is fair. I think the part that is so subjective about this is if I walk out of a classroom thinking that I wasn't heard by my classmates, then I'm walking away deflated. I think we need to truly show faith in our staff. The point I brought up, AP stats class, talking about political stats, absolutely relative. You may not want to talk politics in a stats class, but it's relative to that subject. Same with, I'll use AP Gov. Majority of that class is statistics. You've got 2 very dynamic teachers that we need to have faith that they're going to allow both sides of those conversations to happen. You know, one can say 47% is higher than 37%. It might be the way the student's looking at it. At the end of the day, if the student walks out feeling that their side's not heard, you've just started a controversy in that student's eyes because I wasn't listened to or heard. Even though he got to state his facts or her facts, excuse me, they don't feel that they were fully heard. And that's part of this policy as a whole is there's a lot here. I think it needs a lot of work before I would vote in favor of putting this back into the policy book with any changes.
Tom?
So, I mean, in light of the fact that there are people that want changes, and we haven't provided any guidance on what those changes would be necessarily, how do we propose to work our way through some of those? Are people prepared with amendments that they would like to propose and walk through? Chuck, do you want to entertain those amendments? As it is right now, I don't know what we possibly would approve in a second reading based upon the conversation that's gone on today. So I think we need to,
what we can do is
table.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. What we do usually would be we can continue this first reading at another meeting when people have had time to come back with any amendments, go through that discussion then, and then have the second reading at a subsequent date. Unless people are ready to make, you know, it sounds like I'm hearing, you know, a lot of people or a lot of the members are thinking potentially wholesale changes to this to be able to vote on it. And unless somebody's prepared to come up with those tonight, then, you know, we can extend this discussion of the first reading to the next meeting. Does that make sense, what I said? Or?
So it does, but I wonder, considering the conversation we've had, if that is the most effective use of the entire committee's time, or if we should go, and we don't use it often, but if we should take a subcommittee of 2 members or something like that to specifically focus on this with legal counsel, and then come back with a new version that those 2 members would agree with and advocate for. And if we do that, I would suggest we have 2 members, frankly, from opposite sides of the conversation to do that as much as possible. Because I think we could come back in 2 weeks time and have 4 different amendments, none of which are coalescing to a certain thing, and we might end up with Frankenstein policy. So I'm just.
Can I make a suggestion real quick, John? Do you mind? Does it make more sense to have 2 people work with John and then send it to legal, so we're cutting
Yeah,
down on legal fees?
Yeah, that's what I was going to recommend, is I'm more than happy to figure out exactly what you would like to have in this policy for amendments, and then we can put it through legal counsel and then bring it back for a first reading.
So if we, Chuck, and this is just a procedural question, can we table this at this time with that agreement to have two people meet with John? And then bring this back to the first reading and untable it?
Yes, we can do that.
When we untable, it will have to come back as an amendment.
Right.
Correct.
Right. So you have to bring it back redlined with what it is now with the amendment and propose an amendment to the existing one.
Absolutely.
So how does the rest of the committee, I can't see anybody's faces.
I'll stop the share.
How does the rest of the committee feel about that suggestion that we have a couple of the committee members talk with John on coming up with some changes to submit to council?
I like that idea. And I would, unless anybody feels strongly, I would raise my hand to represent the, I'll call it the let them talk about what they want.
I was going to appoint you and Carla.
There you go.
It's your lucky day, Sean.
I was going to say the same thing to you.
I'd be happy to do that.
So we'll set up a time. I'll have Linda send out some possible dates.
So just a point of clarification, Chuck, we're not setting it as a subcommittee. There's just two members of the committee meeting with John.
Yeah.
Right.
And do you want to make a motion to table?
Yes. I motion, well, okay, so just a point of clarification as well. Table means that we have to bring it back for the next full meeting that we have.
Yeah, I just think we're gonna, rather than table, I'd rather just, that someone else said that. I think I'm pointing to I know everybody's different, John Park. I think we just suspend the discussion and continue it after they come back.
Gotta find the right motion for that.
Are you gonna vote on JI tonight?
I thought I would like to vote on them both together,
Okay.
but we can,
Okay.
yeah.
Because you did make two separate motions.
Yes, we did.
We could vote on the first reading, and then
Yeah,
if we find in the exploration of this one that it changes our thinking on JI, we could always, postpone the second reading on JI to sync things up.
okay, so we can, all right, let's vote on JI then. And did anybody have anything that changes they wanted to make to that?
I don't have any changes there, but before we close the night, I do want to ask for one change to the bullying policy.
Policy or procedure?
Sorry, procedure. Sorry, procedure. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. My apologies.
Okay, so we'll vote on the first reading of JI first. John?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Carla?
Aye.
Chuck? Aye. Okay, Tom?
All right, so in doing some quick research, I think we have an option to postpone IMB as opposed to table it unless we're convinced it would be ready for December 3rd, which is the next regular meeting we have. So I'm not convinced that we'd be ready by December 3rd, but
Yeah, so I use the word suspend. That's kind of what I would meant, postpone
Okay.
until we're ready to talk about.
I'll just say that then. I move to suspend the first reading of policy IMB, teaching about controversial issues and controversial speakers, until we have a new version from Sean, Carla, and Dr. Doherty.
Second.
John,
Aye.
Aaron,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
Carla,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Chuck, aye. Okay. And John, Tom, you had something on the bullying.
Yeah, just and looking at it, so John, the sentence you added, or the two sentences you added, in particular, it says students will not be a target of bullying, and I understand this is the bullying procedure. So, but I also know that there are other words in here in the bullying procedure, retaliation and whatnot. So I'd like us to add harassment, intimidation, or retaliation after bullying to that sentence. Students will not be a target of bullying, harassment, intimidation, or retaliation by staff or students based on their political views or opinions.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I will add that. That doesn't require a vote.
No. Okay, we'll go on to the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I just want to make sure everybody knows we're approving the one that Linda sent out late this afternoon.
Okay, Carla,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Aaron,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
Chuck, aye. And are there any committee reports? Aaron,
No, Dr. Stice covered CPAC.
John,
Yes, actually, a big one from the rec committee on the Birch Meadow Master Plan, and I will make this very short because it's getting late. The presentation done last night by the rec committee will add 2 new turf fields to the Birch Meadow Master Plan. One being behind the Coolidge Middle School, which will include a softball field and a multi-purpose field. And then one on the actual main Birch Meadow field, which will be 2 softball fields and a multi-purpose field. It will have a 1 mile metered walking path around, and it will add an additional, I won't hold the quote on this, but I believe it was 57 parking spots, some on Birch Meadow Drive, and also an expansion of the parking by the superintendent's office. It would also move the basketball courts to closer to the field house, update the ropes course, add a lacrosse bounce back wall, update lighting to all of the fields, including the, is it Majors Field, Chuck, that's over there?
Yeah.
Would have new lighting, increase the level of foliage between the baseball field and the houses to protect them from the lighting. And I'm gonna leave it there. There's a lot more, but that was it. And then I've one call out, and I've got to do this. Our guidance department is going through senior activities right now, getting everything out to colleges. Being the parent of a senior, I got to watch this firsthand, and I am absolutely amazed in the time of COVID how much is actually being done and getting done in a timely manner. It's just great to watch. Bridget did 4 early action. Everything was in with absolutely 0 problems before the deadline. It was amazing.
It's great to hear.
thanks. John. Carla?
Thanks, Chuck. There was an RCTV board meeting on Tuesday, the 17th. We talked about our annual membership meeting. There was a new board member appointed, Bob Beckman, who is a former parent of RPS students and very involved with drama, and his kids were fabulous in drama productions. And then we just were given an update on the classes that Anna Cuevas, the RCTV employee who's teaching some classes at the high school, we just got some updates on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean?
No report. Thank you.
Aaron, Tom, rather.
No report.
And I have no report other than everyone's aware we are meeting on Monday night. We also added a meeting for December 7th on the calendar to meet with the Permanent Building Committee, just to give them basically what we talk about, what we did the other at our last meeting with GNAP. Right, John, that was the 7th?
Yes, and as we talked on Monday, I'm in the process of putting together a timeline that aligns with town meeting, warrant dates, things like that, so that the committee can actually see what this would look like.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
Chuck, are those both at 7?
I think PBC is at 6 usually, but we can
We'll
check on that.
Find that out. Yeah, I did. I wasn't, that wasn't clear to me either, so.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone have any motions?
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
Aaron?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Carla?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Chuck? Aye. Okay. Good night, everyone. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Thanks all.
Gail, Chris,
Good night.
Jen.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.